You are very welcome to the County Theatre for the Festival Makers Conference 2023. We would like to direct your attention to the emergency exits, the back door through which you entered, and the exits at the left and right of the stage. Please put your phone on silent, but we do encourage you to share as much as possible today on social media using the hashtag FestivalMakers23. Thank you for your attention.
Festival makers, thank you very much for attending this morning. My name is Carl Wallace. I'm the head of Festival and Events at the Arts Council. You're very welcome to the two-day conference of festival makers. I'm delighted that you're here today, and I'm delighted to be able to introduce Professor Rebecca Braun, who is the Executive Dean from the College of Arts and Social Sciences and Celtic Studies at the University of Galway, and Professor Kevin Rafter, who is the Chair of the Arts Council. If you would welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm really, really honoured to be able to welcome you here to Galway, and to be doing so on behalf of the University of Galway. It's a fabulous, fabulous city, and we'd like to think we're a pretty fabulous university as well, but we're made fabulous by, certain things that are absolutely represented in this room, perhaps the most important being partnerships. We recently at the university changed our name from one that was a little bit confused about how it related to the place that we're in to one that makes being in this place and of this place central. So the University of Galway is really, really proud of the amazing relationships that we have with people across the city and region, and we see it really as one of the main things we do is to amplify that out to the wider world, to the rest of the country, but also as a university that has real global ambition out to the rest of the world. So I just wanted to say a few things about this amazing programme that you've got, which really focuses on doing really meaningful things for people in places. That's my kind of working understanding of festivals, that giving people in places something that's going to change their lives. And that's, I think, what unites the people who've come today. I've been talking over coffee to people, and I've sensed that real enthusiasm for sharing knowledge and expertise about what you're doing in your individual places and gathering how that can link up with a whole network of like-minded people who are trying to achieve something for the greater public good. So I'm really, really excited for the programme. Delighted that it's absolutely mirroring the way the university sees itself, that we have one day in this beautiful city of Galway and your second day you'll be coming onto our campus. I want to wish you fantastic conversations, make the most of both days, of the networking, of the insights, and just to be honest, of that motivation that you get from connecting with people who are doing similar things and sharing similar values. It can be a lonely old time sometimes when you're trying to represent arts and culture, which on the one hand are really inclusive and valued by so many people, but on the other hand require considerable resilience for individual practitioners to keep going when things aren't coming together as easily as you might hope. So I really wish you the very, very best for this festival, for this conference on festivals, which should in fact be also seen perhaps in some ways as a festival. So I will leave it there and hand over to my colleague from the Arts Council, Kevin.
Morning. You're all very welcome. It's good to see so many people here for the start of the conference this morning. Some of you will have been at the previous festivals conference in Limerick in February of 2020. I also did the introduction that day. I took out my notes to have a look at what I said from the script in Limerick. And I opened my speech that day by saying that I was less than 8 months in the role of Chair of the Arts Council. But even in that short space of time, I'd had the privilege of seeing the range and depth of artistic work being created all across the country. And I referenced the central importance of festivals to the Arts Council. And I also mentioned that how at the conference, the conversations over coffee were as important, and probably more important, than the discussions in the formal sessions. And I think that holds for today also as well. And I could hear the conversations as I arrived just after 10 o'clock this morning. And I think it's great to see the people, festival makers and people involved in festivals almost operating as a sector. And I think that's usually important. Little did we know that within weeks of that gathering in Limerick, the ability to mix in person would be stopped. It's been a roller coaster few years. And today and tomorrow, you'll have an opportunity to share learnings from your experiences of the COVID crisis, as well as all of the other discussions as part of the conference, which is the Arts Council in partnership with the University of Galway and Creative Europe. The Arts Council's current strategy, Making Great Art Work, is built on two overarching principles: the role of the artist and public engagement with the arts. Festivals deliver on those principles. They're vital in allowing the public to experience and engage with the arts. And they're also a vital source of income for artists and arts workers. Last year, the Council allocated over £12.5 million in direct funding support to over 200 festival organisations. And this money supported programmes, commissioning projects and capacity building opportunities. The diversity of our festivals is significant in terms of scale, content, structure. Festivals of international and national significance, and smaller festivals which deliver quality arts experiences and engage with local communities. Shortly after I was appointed chair of the Council in the summer of 2019, two of the first speaking invitations came from the Dublin Fringe Festival and the Clifton Arts Festival. And I think these two festivals clearly illustrate the diversity of festivals every year in the country's arts calendar. And I've seen that. I've been fortunate to attend in more recent times Kilmore Quay in Wexford, the Cork Midsummer and others. And all different types of festivals, different in terms of size, content, audiences. But I think they share a common quality. I think your festivals share a common quality, and that's commitment. In particular, the commitment of staff and volunteers whose efforts bring everything together. And I saw that commitment previously at first hand when I was a board member at the Galway International Arts Festival. And I think I would add to commitment the quality of resilience. It's tough running a festival, sustaining a festival, growing a festival. And I don't have to remind anybody in this audience how challenging and how more challenging that work became after March of 2020. And the following 2.5 years, I suppose, were defined by stop, start, stop, masks, physical distancing. I don't think I'll ever forget, even when I'm finished as chair of the Arts Council, I don't think I'll ever forget being at the Kilkenny Arts Festival in August of 2020. 50 people in the Watergate Theatre, all having passed through temperature checks, individually escorted to their seats, physically distanced, with empty seats masked off by tape. An audience of less than 50 in an auditorium for over 300 people. And yet, after 5 months of no live arts events in 2020, Rough Magic's production of Mick McCormick's novel Solar Bones was hugely important. It was important because it happened. And the arts and festivals all over the country throughout 2020, 2021, and even into 2022 responded brilliantly. And they made art happen online and in person, irrespective of what the lockdown rules were in place. So that's commitment, that's resilience, resourcefulness, creativity. Some of you know that, or may know that my day job is in the School of Communications at Dublin City University. And from that vantage point, I saw the hard work, as well as all the frustrations and a lot of tears on occasions, but we kept the show on the road. You did the same. And I want you to know that that work didn't go unacknowledged at the board table by my council colleagues. The council is the development agency for the arts. Everyone in this room and across the wider sector shouldn't lose sight of the importance of having an independent agency like the Arts Council that has an arm's length relationship from government, an agency that makes funding and policy decisions based on a clear strategy for the sector and decisions that are accountable and transparent. And certainly over my time as chair, I've been more confirmed about the importance of that framework. The last 3.5 years, as I've said, have been deeply challenging, but they've also delivered huge advances. The work of the Council didn't stop. We've been publishing policies and strategies. We've been working on developments like a very exciting project with Dublin Port, and hopefully later this year, the launch of an All-Ireland dance company. In the time as well of the last 3.5 years, the Council's budget has been transformed. In the summer of 2019, that budget was 75 million. Today it's 130 million. And the additional funding is allowing the Council to deliver key policies, including Pay the Artist, EHRD, Human Rights, Equality and Diversity, and a new regional development spatial strategy. The total been allocated this year for strategically funded organisations, for festivals and touring, will be about 78 million. That's more than what the total budget of the Arts Council was in 2019. So, and, the credit for those advances, success is many mothers and fathers, but credit for those advances is owed to many people, including the people in this room. The work of artists, arts workers, arts organisations, that's been hugely helpful in the Council's work with government to secure additional support, funding support for the arts. And I want to ask your help again, because the Council is asking the government for a budget of a minimum of 150 million for 2024. And already I've been speaking with government officials this week and impressing upon them the importance of securing that increase. The Council's pre-budget submission will be sent to government in a matter of weeks. So please, in your own areas, when the opportunity arises, augment the work that the Council is doing in this space. We've come a long way from the budget that the Council had when it was established in the 1950s. Back then it was £10,000. So from 75 to 130 is a real advance, but it's hugely important that that's not seen as a baseline and that grows further. And that additional funding will allow and help the Council to further support the development of the arts for the public and for artists, arts workers, arts organisations, the development of the arts throughout the country and the development of festivals throughout the country. How that happens will be very much shaped by festival makers, by yourselves, and that's why this conference is important. The Council gets to hear how best to understand the challenges and the opportunities facing festivals across the country. So can I wish you good luck with the conversations, and I do very much look forward to hearing a report of your discussions at the Council Board table and at a Council Board meeting very shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to welcome to the stage the Director of the Arts Council, Maureen Kennelly. Thank you.
Hi, good morning everybody. It's so lovely to see you here and in such numbers. We're absolutely delighted to be with you this morning and to welcome you to this conference. And it's a city, of course, rich and diverse in its festival practice. And I really do know and feel that the annals of this city are founded on the festivals that thrive here and the soundtracks of the lives of so many of us who have visited and have been lucky enough to live here have been formed by the city and by the county's festivals. So it's really especially fitting for us to be here to present this conference this morning. And I do want to acknowledge very quickly the many fine festivals that populate this city and county: Architecture at the Edge, Barbaro International Festival for Children, Galway International Arts Festival, the Court International Festival of Literature, Galway Jazz Festival, Galway Theatre Festival, Tulka, Galway Folk Festival, Shorelines, Clifton Arts Festival, Galway Film Fleadh, and that's really only a selection. I know I have omitted a number there. We are honoured to be in your sparkling environment for the next few days. This year we've increased the ambition and expanded the programme to deliver a number of different events, and we're hoping very much that this will reflect the diversity of arts festivals that deliver such fine programmes across the country. And we hope, of course, that you'll find this inspiring and that it will support your own ongoing work and activities. And I'd like to extend huge thanks to the programme committee, to the festival team at the Arts Council led by Carl Wallace, and to our conference producers, Milestone Inventive, based here in Galway. And as Kevin and Rebecca referred to, over the last number of years, it's been a really, really tough time, and the operating landscape for festivals has changed quite dramatically. And the terrain in which festivals now currently operate is one that continues to change as we all consider the impact of how our work impacts on the environment and how we can be more inclusive and representative. And how can we truly celebrate the diversity of Irish life as it's lived today? So to help us engage with these burning issues, we've included opportunities to debate and discuss the road ahead for festival makers and the potential impact on festival practice. This afternoon's panel will discuss sustainability actions in festivals, and Safe to Create will discuss how we can develop safer, respectful and inclusive working conditions, and that's a huge priority for the Arts Council. Then this evening, festival makers will share with us approaches to building international partnerships at the Creative Europe reception, and we're also delighted to be joined by artists from That's Life and Moth and Butterfly Storytelling Festival. So please do go along to these events later this evening and tomorrow morning, and please dive in as much as you can to the sessions in this very rich programme. And of course, as Kevin mentioned, the Arts Council supports festivals because your work is absolutely essential in providing opportunities for artists to experiment, to test work, and critically for the public to engage in the arts in a truly meaningful and delightful way. So on that note, I'm delighted to introduce our keynote address this morning. It's going to be given by Kim Cook of Burning Man Project in Nevada. On Saturday, 22nd of June, 1986, Larry Harvey and Jerry James built a human effigy, and they burnt it on a San Francisco beach. The crowds instantly tripled as the figure ignited. A bystander clasped that figure's hand as it burnt. And from this idea, Burning Man has developed to become one of the most recognized and celebrated festivals in the world. And it continues to inspire audiences and artists from around the globe. Each year in Galway City, a community gathers with its distinctive culture emerging from that experience. It's underpinned by 10 core principles which explore the value of its community and the execution of its creativity. It's fair to say, I think, that Burning Man has assumed mythical status in many of our heads. Many of us will have striven to get there, but we've all admired it from afar, and we've wondered at its glorious achievements. So we are especially thrilled that Kim has made time to be with us here this year. Kim is Director of Creative Initiatives at Burning Man. She is a change maker and strategist working on the frontier of collaborations that extend Burning Man culture into the wider world. Drawing on a boundless well of experience in creative placemaking, performing arts, and non-profit finance, Kim successfully builds urban, regional, national, and international projects that increase mutual understanding, advance civic well-being, elevate cultural engagement, and further the aesthetic design elements of communities, something that we all here care passionately about. Will you please join me in giving Kim a very warm Festival Makers welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Hello. Maybe I can try that again. Hello. Hello. So, I'm very happy to be here and to have the honor of sort of breaking open the space with you, because now we begin. And I am interested in sharing with you the journey that I'm going to take you on and inviting you to engage with me along the way. That's totally optional. You can be passive and I can keep talking, but there are ways in which I've also made space for you to come aboard, if you will. I think this word maker is as important as the word festival, that we are all together making spaces, making experiences, making up what we're doing as we go. We find our way forward together, and we learn sort of, there's an old African proverb that to stumble is not to fall, but to move forward faster. So in that spirit, I actually, here's what's going to happen. Somebody's going to mute their phone. Everybody else who forgot to mute their phone will also mute their phone. We are going to have an interactive opportunity, which I'll share a bit about in a second. Then I am going to give a talk, but the talk is focused on this notion that we are all learning together. So it's not that interesting to me to come give a fancy talk with pretty pictures of Burning Man and say, we are so special. It is much more interesting to me to look at Burning Man with curiosity about what has happened there and what are the ways in which exactly what you are doing is exactly what we are doing, and how we can interrogate those things and learn together. It's a matter of scale. It's not a matter of intent, right? We probably share a close and common set of intentions about the outcomes and the benefits of our work to the world at large. So I've broken the conversation down into 4 areas. One is called Little Things Add Up Over Time. One is called The Rituals We Keep. The next is called The Spaces We Shape. And the last section is called Making a Lasting Impression and Succession Planning. The reason I'm naming those things now is because I suspect you will each have stories that relate to the topic that I will go through. And so if you wanted to hold questions until the Q&A that will follow, you can do that. But I will also along the way say, has this brought something up for you, or is there something you want to share? Because sometimes that impulse in the moment is worth capturing in the moment if you feel it's so bold. And then as I alluded to, we will also have a short section at the end, 15 to 30 minutes, depends if I go lickety-split through my presentation or if I end up relaxing and getting down a meandering path, but we'll have time for Q&A at the end, which will be supported by Maureen. So before we go forward, I also want to thank Carl and David for supporting me to getting to this moment. And I'd like to thank Rebecca and Kevin and Maureen for opening us up this morning and hosting us on the whole. So now I would like to invite my new friend, Teresia, up to the stage because we are going to sing. Now, as you know, singing is not a forced function. You can choose to abstain. But in the spirit of being together and breaking open this moment and sort of making this collegial, it is our hope that you will actually learn a song, which I will be learning with you, and we will, it's a round, and we will successfully enjoy the sound of ourselves together. Teresia.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Kim.
Do you think we should get some consent?
Well, having lived in Ireland for 35 years, consent is a very ambiguous word for most Irish people. But also singing is something that most Irish people do very, very well. So, and being of French extraction, I don't ask for permission very often. I just go and do it. So between all this mix and the fact that I've been landed with this job this morning because another professional musician declined or decided to be sick this morning, so I, as a non-professional musician, have to stand on the stage with 300 of my very professional and very intimidating colleagues. Yeah. We're just going to have to sing, and you're going to have to help me, please.
Perfect.
So I think as festival makers, one thing that we are faced with very often is what we're enablers. So, and I'd like to think that we say yes a lot. So this morning, when I was asked at breakfast whether I would step in, I was like, oh. So I said yes, because, you know, that's what we do. We have to step in, and often in a non-professional, non-specialist role. And I'm particularly interested in that. My passion is participation. So that boundary between being an amateur and a professional, I find very interesting. And I like the notion that the Arts Council is introducing of the citizen artist. I think that's a really interesting one, which fits well with public spaces and with citizenry, with being a citizen, stepping up and being here, being present, and being vulnerable, which I believe is something Kim will talk about. So this is the absolute easiest round ever. I learned it from my cousin when we were doing a choir for the Junction Festival many, many years ago. And the words are Viva, viva la musica. So guess what it means. So there is no words on the board because that is all there is to the lyrics, okay? So it's how it goes. Viva, viva la musica, viva, viva la musica, viva la musica. So how about we do the first sentence? Viva, viva la musica.
Viva, viva la musica.
Can we have a bit more energy? So I do it and you repeat. Viva, viva la musica.
Viva, viva la musica.
Viva, viva la musica.
Viva, viva la musica.
Viva la musica.
Viva la musica.
Okay, the whole thing.
Viva, viva la musica.
Viva, viva la musica. Viva la musica. I meant to mention that one of the reasons I said yes is a very selfish one, which is that I've heard this song with 30 people as part of being in the choir, and I thought, oh, I want to hear that song by 300 people. 300 Irish people, or mostly Irish, who are very enthusiastic. So can we try that again all together? Viva, viva la musica. Viva, viva la musica. Viva la musica. Again. Viva, viva la musica. Viva, viva la musica. Viva la musica. Viva la musica. Viva la musica. Okay, once more, because obviously we need to, yeah?
Can you just do the second line again?
Viva, viva la musica. Viva, viva la musica.
Viva, viva la musica.
Viva la musica.
Viva la musica.
This is a madrigal or a round from Praetorus, so it's from the 17th or 16th, 17th century. I think being Italian, it's such a beautiful language, and I thought this would be perfect. So let's see if we could divide this up and see what happens. So we're going to maybe go like that. So this is number one, then number two here in the middle, more or less, then number three here, obviously, you can't hide. So, do we need to do it a few times again, just together? Just to be really sure? So let's just sing it together a lot, together, and then what I might do actually is, as we're going, then I will basically tell you to come in as a separate, as a new stream, and then the second one. So that's what we'll do. We'll just start all together, and then I will get you to start all over again, or start at the beginning, and so on. Okay? Let's see. Okay. Viva, viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva, viva la musica! Viva la musica! Okay, very good. So now we're going to start. Number one, number two, number three. So the first group sings and the second starts the beginning. Don't listen to one next to you. Just so, ready? Viva, viva la musica! 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 Viva, viva la musica!
brilliant. Thank you. That was brilliant. Or I've been told that you say things are grand. That was grand. Wow. And I don't know if you noticed, but during the time when you were singing, there were a series of photos running that were pictures of your festivals. You are the reason we are here. And that was freaking brilliant. Thank you so much. Okay, so as I said, my themes for discussion and sharing, little things add up over time. The rituals we keep, the places we shape, leaving a lasting impression, and succession planning. And the reason I actually wanted to start with this moment of singing was, one, to warm the room and to feel ourselves together, but also to think a little bit about, as festival makers, we are often insulated from the vulnerability that participants and artists actually feel. We take risks, of course. We don't know for sure if people will come. We don't know for sure if we'll get the donations that we need. There are many, many elements to the work that we do that are unpredictable and that we have to rise to the occasion to solve for. But at the same time, we also have these kinds of armaments, if you will. We have clipboards, we have radios, we have a place to be, we have a role to take, and in that sense, many of us actually are somewhat insulated if we don't also have our own sort of outside interests as artists or participants. We are kept a bit apart from what it feels like to step into that unknown and uncomfortable and awkward space that an artist and a participant will actually experience when they engage with us. And so just even to have a moment of uncertainty together, to have that moment of kind of like, whoa, not quite sure where this is going, and what is that second line? I can't quite hear it. I was having trouble with it too. These kinds of things of bringing ourselves to the precipice and taking the leap off and into the unknown is so much of what it is that we're creating for other people. And then on the other side of it, they have the success of an experience they will remember, or a connection that they made, or a new way of seeing the place where they already live. So this, in many ways, was the intent for me in beginning in that way. And I'm wondering if anyone is willing or interested in speaking to how that felt for you. We have mics. Self-conscious. Mm-hmm. Fun. Say again? Good to be together.
It's quite human in making like a mistake, or it's like two people I don't know, so it's kind of nice.
Being human and between two people you don't know, making a mistake. Yeah, exactly. Irish, you felt Irish? Childish. Together we're stronger. Was that you? Or did you raise your hand to say something? Say. Therapeutic? And together we're stronger. I apologize. Apparently I don't quite understand the Irish accent. I actually was, my name is Kim Cook, as was said before, but when I was born, my name was Kim McNally. So like all Irish Americans, I think I know something about Ireland without ever having been here. Oh, yay. I'm really, really happy to be here, and thank you for making me welcome. I did make notes for myself in case I lost my mind and wasn't quite comfortable up here to help me remember what it was that I wanted to say. Because if I wrote down exactly what I was going to say, I find that I entirely freeze on stage. So I'm sort of doing a little bit of a high wire act, and I invite you to support me and wish me well, because I'd like to do well for you. So the first part of this conversation is things add up over time. And I invite you to be curious about what does this truck, can you see, is the resolution good for you on the pictures? Okay. It's a little fuzzy from here, but good, I'm glad you can see. What does this truck have to do with Burning Man? And I'll come back to that at the end. So as was mentioned by Maureen, in 1986, Burning Man began when Larry Harvey and his friend Jerry James decided to build an effigy as a way of doing a family outing with Larry's child at the time. That turned into something pretty fantastic and immediately sort of attracted an audience, which meant that we had to go to the desert. I myself joined Burning Man 7.5 years ago, so when I say we, I say that in a sort of generous and generalized kind of way, because I, in fact, was a little bit scared to go to Burning Man, even though I knew it was happening at the time. Not in '86, but in the late 90s when I was first invited. This is the city today. And 80,000 people come. We don't tend to refer to it as a festival, even though we know that we belong inside of the greater community of festivals. We tend to refer to it as an event. We also call it Black Rock City or Temporary City. And this is our city superimposed on a map of Galway. So from a few people on the beach to 8,000 volunteers who build the city every year. We're in the desert. We're actually based in San Francisco, California, but the event takes place in the Nevada Black Rock Desert. We first begin to build our city in early August, and we are completely out of the city by the end of September. The 10 principles, which Maureen referred to, is one of the first places I want to make the point that Burning Man is a learning by doing culture. It is not really that the 10 principles are any kind of an edict. We are not recruiting, we are not proselytizing, we are not trying to tell people how to lead their lives. In fact, what happened is that after a number of years, people asked, how do I do this in my own place? I want to take this home. I want to recreate this experience. How might I do that? And so the founder, Larry Harvey, really spent time thinking about and observing what it was that was happening in the community. So Burning Man is very much about when you get to a big, wide, open, blank space and you throw a bunch of creative people who are makers and doers together, what is it that they co-create? And the behaviors that he observed became what are now the 10 principles. So this is a distinction of importance, I think, because we're ever evolving as an emergent learning organization. We're not one where it's sort of like we lay down the rules, this is how it goes. And in fact, what I have found is that we are often, and I'll talk about this a bit in succession planning, now working to address that the systems we've created were created for conditions that no longer exist. So thinking about the themes of this Festival Makers Conference around innovation and evolution and how do we collaborate and think about a future that is perhaps unpredictable and that requires us to build resilience, adaptability, and flexibility moving forward. This is a view of the city at night. One thing is we have mutant vehicles, usually about 450 or so are registered by our Department of Mutant Vehicles. And those are classified as vehicles that really have been so modified that they wouldn't be street legal. And the ones that are running around the desert at night have lights on them. So one thing that becomes very difficult is to actually orient yourself because the city is swirling around you at night. And often, you know, Burning Man is sort of thought of as this place where everybody's running around with blinky lights and flashing costumes. But in fact, that's also a matter of safety because you want to be seen by that roving mutant vehicle and not squashed in the desert. Our mission, Burning Man, was initially sort of a free-for-all of friends and people coming out of things like the Cacophony Society in San Francisco and other the non-salon group, the many different people who were part of the sort of interactive, performative, creative scene in San Francisco in the 80s and 90s. Then in the early 90s, they formed, or mid-90s, they formed an LLC with 6 co-founders. Larry Harvey is the original founder, and then Marion Goodell and Will Roger, Crimson Rose, Michael, and Harley K. Dubois. I hope I just said 6 names. They became the 6 co-founders, but when they got to around 2012, they sold out for the first time. And suddenly they were faced with thinking around, how do you curate community if everybody can't just roll up and come? What does it mean to institutionalize, and how will we live on past our deaths? And that's when they became a nonprofit, sort of between 2012 and 2014. And this was named as specifically the mission of the organization. So that's one little things add up over time bit is the event itself and the mission and the 10 principles and becoming a nonprofit. Another is the art, which is something that Burning Man is quite well known for, are these monumental pieces. And the point of this slide a bit is to say, yes, Burning Man has given funding over time. Initially, it was a small amount of money to support the materials for artists who are already coming and bringing their work. And it's important to note that one of the core traditions and principles of Burning Man is that of gifting. So when you come to Burning Man, everything that you experience once you've bought a ticket is just a part of the offering of all of the other participants. Burning Man is creating an infrastructure, a platform, a space, but in fact, the participants are bringing the experience, including the artists. And at the same time, as things got bigger and more sophisticated, the organization itself began to make contributions to the artists. What I'll also point out is of the 1,270 artists funded, artists and makers that have been funded since 1999, you can see that 6,180 altogether have contributed their gifts and made art for the event, meaning that the organization has only funded 20% of the artists and in fact rarely funds over 40 to 50% of the cost. So there's a few things to think about here. One is, how did it get so monumental then? What does it mean to co-create the work, which is what most of the artists do? It's the collective offering. Also, though, that even with this, what has added up to a substantial amount of money since 1999, in increments was smaller amounts of money, just portions of the work, and yet what has happened is that we've created a form of art movement around co-creative monumental artwork, which indeed ended up on exhibition at the Smithsonian American Art Museum in 2018. So it's interesting to note that giving what you can and supporting with what you have to support the artists often leads to substantial change in the field, as well as incredible work and careers for the artists. This is a work by Zach Coffin. It's called Temple of Gravity. Each of those weigh a couple of tons of free swinging stones, and then he creates a fire pit with French onion soup at midnight each night. This work, and I just wanted to show you a few of the sort of what I mean by monumental co-created work. This is a piece by Rebecca Waits called Church Trap. You can sort of get the point of this, I think. It actually had also a full-scale organ that you could play inside. And up until this moment, when she made this work, Rebecca had been working purely in 2D as a painter. And after making this work, with the help of many friends and loved ones, she's gone on to have a much more substantial career in the arts. This is a long-standing favorite of mine. It went actually into Las Vegas for a number of years. It's called Big Rig Jig by Mike Ross. And I think that one of the things that happens at Burning Man is that people who are not artists come to Burning Man and they see this cool stuff and they roll up and they think, what can I do? Which is another thing that I think as festival makers often happens, is we're enabling the imagination of what is possible. And at Burning Man, we don't make any distinction between artist and maker. Doer and not doing is more of a distinction for us. So there's no actual curation of the art, and yet at the same time, as I said, even though we only provide a portion of funding to a portion of the artists, what we provide universally is capacity support. So engineering, heavy equipment, budget review, helping people promote their work in terms of finding funding and the efforts that they're making. And so even when the financial contribution is not something you can completely providing and understanding that you are supporting the evolution of the work of the artist is equally important. But everything that is at Burning Man is not ginormous. And so I wanted to share this piece, which is called Let There Be Light. And it was a gumball machine with blinky lights inside. So just in case you didn't bring your blinky lights in the desert, you could go get one from the gumball machine and be seen at night and not hit by a mutant vehicle. Other kinds of things that have added up over time from the artwork is that we've moved into public spaces. And so this is a piece called Sonic Runway by Rob Jensen and Warren Trezevant, which is now a 7-year permanent installation in front of the San Jose City Hall. So a lot of the work that I do as the Director of Creative Initiatives is live at this intersection between what is happening in the desert and how it might translate into other contexts. And one of the key things for me is that I say that objects in and of themselves don't convey culture, but when you animate them, when you activate them, when they're interactive and people can participate, now you're having a cultural experience. And this Sonic Runway is actually based on the Doppler effect. So if you make a sound at one end, it travels as a light signal through this tunnel of gates from one end to the other. So in San Jose, we've had opera singers and taiko drummers and fashion shows and weddings and debuting of new soccer stars, football stars, and so forth. So it really has become a part of the community space. And the City Hall is actually a really gorgeous building, but they hadn't been able to activate the public square until they put a piece of art there. Okay, another project that came out of Burning Man, and this is something that I'm hoping that you can interrogate for yourselves, is to begin to think about the things that you're already doing that may have residual or other kinds of impacts that you might not have anticipated. And in this case, it was the use of and learning how to build things and use heavy equipment that came into play when Hurricane Katrina happened, which was just as people were leaving the Black Rock Desert in 2005. And so all of a sudden you have all these people who for a number of years now have been building temporary shelter, have been using heavy equipment, have used to lugging all their water and supplies and being radically self-reliant, thinking and having empathy and compassion and concern for what was happening in Louisiana. And basically, people collected money, left the desert, and went for 6 months to help with the restoration efforts in the Gulf of Mexico. And so over the years since then, we have 458 projects reported, and more than 7,000 volunteers and people doing work in community resilience and disaster relief around the world under the title of Burners Without Borders. So it turns out when you make festivals, when you make events, when you make spaces, people learn things, and those things translate back into their homes. And maybe it's not as epic as going to the Gulf Coast and restoring and building and creating community there. Often it's just smaller things, beach cleanups and other contributions to the community that are important. We also, one of the principles you may have noticed is leaving no trace. And so everything you bring in, you pack out. We have no trash cans at all at Burning Man, except ones that are turned into little art objects like this. And we have a MOOP map that we create. This one is miraculously almost entirely green, which is not true to form. So I'm not sure how this particular one ended up here. Oh, 2019 was a very good year. Apparently we're feeling very responsible. But one of the things is that we can't have more than one square foot, basically the equivalent of 1 inch of leftover things in a 1-gallon bag, like on that scale, but of the whole city when we're inspected. We're on public property, the Bureau of Land Management. So our Playa Restoration team created this Matter Out of Place, or MOOP map, so that you will see if your camp is not respecting the leaving no trace. And no one wants to see their camp in red published after the event. So there's this quality of also positive peer reinforcement that came out of that. And now, you know, fast forward to 2 or 3 years ago, we made this public sustainability pledge that we're working our way through with solar power and camps that are completely run on solar, and thinking through how to be regenerative and how to be carbon negative by 2030. I'm feeling a little bit on a roll. It feels like you're very present. Is there anyone who's interested in sharing a story about how things have added up over time for you? Not so much. All right. So hold on to that thought. And then the truck. Do you remember the truck and the trailer that I had at the first slide? So what that is it's a mobile resource unit that's a part of Burners Without Borders. And it's taken out to refugee spaces and places of transients. And it's a cultural first responder container. And inside of it is an entirely mobile makerspace with sewing machines and CNC cutters and drills and hammers. Because one of the things that the leader of Burners Without Borders, Christopher Breedlove, learned over time is that it isn't so much about going in and trying to rescue or save people as it is going in with the resources so that people can do the things they want to do for themselves. Right? Humans are powerful, but you know, it's about the resources, it's about being available and making the tools available. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about is the rituals we keep. Probably you have rituals, maybe you know that and you do that very intentionally, or perhaps you just have them and you haven't named them as rituals. But it is my sort of my hypothesis, I guess, or my point of view is that when we're clear about the rituals that we keep, about the way we open a space, even the way that we sang together, how that brings people together, when we honor and create traditions that people can hold with each other, we're also evoking something very personal in particular for the people who are participating with us. And we're sort of shaping the energy, if you will, of the experience. So at Burning Man, stickers is a big one, as are patches and ways of acknowledging volunteers. Another one is something we call Golden Spike. So each year, the man gets built on a center point of the city, and the rest of the city is created around it, like a clock, and then there's open playa. So if you think of the man as being at the center of a clock, and then 12 o'clock would be up from the man behind his head, if he's a he, although we think he's ambiguous, gender non-binary for sure, even though we say Burning Man. And then 6 o'clock goes down through the center of the city, and then we map the rest of the city accordingly. So each year we have this ritual of the Golden Spike, where we go out and we put the spike in. And even if you're not there in the Black Rock Desert, we all sort of typically tend to pause and celebrate the moment that the city begins. Then we build a perimeter fence. Now, a perimeter fence could be built by a machine that goes around and sort of pounds rebar into the ground, but instead a team of people go out and do that together, and they shape and form the outer perimeter of the city. And one of the things that I learned when I was working in the office of Burning Man is, like, as things are beginning to galvanize and the momentum is growing and we're all working really hard and things are getting a little frayed around the edges. And this woman, Rosalie, said to me, she said, when the perimeter fence is done, the energy will settle down. And it really did. There is something about containing space and understanding where the container and where the edges are that seals a thing. And that is done by this crew of people who you can see feel very good about themselves as they manage to get that rebar into the ground. It's also worth noting that we can't really go more than 6 inches deep because we're in a prehistoric lake bed and you have to preserve the natural environment. So we have some real challenges there. Another ritual from Burning Man is called the Lamplighters. This started in 1993, where people just set out some lamps along the path to the man. Now they set out 1,000 lamps. This is totally self-organized by volunteers who have created their own sort of ritual around gathering, about what they're wearing, about this sort of how they create these poles that the lamps hang from, and then they go out and hang them across the city each evening at dusk, and then bring them back in again at dawn. And then, of course, our biggest ritual is the burn. And this is one of our founders, Crimson Rose. She's lighting El Diablo. This will be a fire that burns from Monday of the event week until Saturday night when we burn the man. She lights it using a prism, so that she can sort of channel the energy from the sun to ignite the fire. But she always brings a lighter with her, just in case. Just in case. She also is the person who sponsors and supports. She's sort of our first fire dancer. She's the protectress of the man. She's very clear that we're not burning the man, we're releasing the man, is the way that she thinks about it. She protects the sense of ritual and collective action related to that. And part of that is through the Fire Conclave, which brings together fire dancers and fire spinners from around the world that create the inner circle for when we burn the man. So that is, of course, our largest and best known burn, is the releasing of the man. And part of the role that I have today, since we lost our founder, Larry Harvey, in 2018, is that I get to art direct and animate the art that's here at the man in concert and collaboration with Crimson Rose, Stuart Harvey, who writes our theme, and Harley K. Dubois, one of the other co-founders and our chief cultural officer. Okay, so this is a good moment for me to take a drink of water, and I'm going to try asking you another question and see what happens. So we have another ritual. It's called a murder dinner, and I'm wondering if anybody can imagine what that is. I think it might be very useful to you to know what a murder dinner is, which is why I'm bringing it up. No takers? Is it after the festival? Yeah. No. Any other voluntary thoughts? Is it at a board meeting? Ah, much closer, actually. I love it. Because there were 6 co-founders, and many of you, yes, like a board meeting or multiple stakeholders, you know that thing that keeps coming up and can't get resolved? Yeah. You can never figure out who's going to win, which stakeholder is right, and it just won't go away. The 6 co-founders created this ritual called a murder dinner, and they would get together and they would debate and argue that thing as long as they had to until they made a decision. And then after that, the idea was dead or not, right? It got murdered or not. And then they weren't allowed to bring it up again. So they just, that's it. It's done. We're not going to fight over that anymore. Something else that feels really important to me to think about together is the spaces that we shape. And, you know, I've thought a lot about this interrogation of public space. Like, how do we think about public space? Because while this is a very formal environment, it's very structured, right? It's not particularly my most comfortable unless I'm really like in a play or something. Like this sets up this kind of dynamic where you're there, I'm here. Like if I'm lucky, you're gonna talk to me when I ask you a question. Like there's no mingling, there's no circulating. You know, you're confined to your chair in a particular way and you only have so much room between you and the next person. So this space is very well defined. But often, when we're doing festival work, or even, you know, site-specific performance or public installation, we're dealing with a larger public realm or an unmediated space or maybe an old industrial building that we're taking over. Like there's a number of ways that we're thinking about space where we have to be observant about that space, about its possibilities, and then what we're going to do there. I feel very strongly that everything we do says something about us and that we have to be incredibly consistent in the way we apply the work that we do and our thinking to the entire experience. And I've done a little bit of experimenting. I went once to the Santa Cruz Museum of Art and History, used to have a summer camp for arts leaders. And each year there would be a different theme for the summer camp. And the year I went was the social impact summer camp. And so we all got to kind of pick a project in little cohort teams to suggest a hypothesis of what kind of impact or outcome we would have if we did a particular thing. And it was a way of learning about indicators and proxy indicators and impact and all those things. My particular group chose something which was about interrupting a path. So we used colored tape and other things to create a sort of a path within a pathway in public space to see if people would interact with it. And it totally changed the way people walked through this public plaza. Like kids played with it, people jumped in and out of it, people took selfies, they kissed each other. Like all kinds of things started to happen just by putting colored tape on the ground. I will also digress away from Burning Man for a moment and in the direction of Social Impact Camp to also say that I learned something very important there that I've used again and again when trying to help people think about what is a proxy indicator, right? When we're talking about outcomes, because if you can't prove causation, you still want to look for things that give you the sense or the indication that you're actually having the impact that you want. The group that had the most entertaining hypothesis was that Deadheads, Grateful Dead fans, have closer social connections than most people do. And the way that they measured it is they went to a Deadhead tribute concert and they counted how many times people passed a joint in the parking lot. That was their proxy indicator. Also something that's very easy to grok. And because I've digressed now completely off track from my outline, I will tell you something else, just in case you're interested in things like strategic criteria filters and logic models. There's one that I also use for Burning Man because thinking about strategic criteria filters is also very challenging. But my first year at Burning Man, when we were reviewing the art that was applications for funding, the guy who's in charge of fire art safety, his name is Dave X, said to me, "Kim, we have a rule against flying, flaming, untethered objects." I was like, okay, I have a really cool job if you need a rule like that. But it's also a strategic criteria filter, because if you ask yourself, is it flying, is it flaming, is it untethered, then if the answer to those questions are yes, then we don't do it. But the next question I asked Dave was like, but wait a second, what about that flying, flaming piano from a trebuchet that I saw last year at the event? And he's like, oh, well, that was really cool, and it helped us figure out playa restoration techniques. And I was like, oh, okay. So the way a great strategic criteria filter works is you can ask yourself a series of questions that guide you in most cases, except when mission sort of trumps it. So it has to be flexible enough to be deviated from. And at Burning Man, that's the example I use for that. But coming back to the spaces that we shape, my point is that we are intentional about the choices that we make when we set something up in space, and that it's much more than where does this go, where does that go, and where do people check in. It is about the kind of experience that we're creating for people. One of the most prominent examples of that at Burning Man is the temple, which is built each year as a place where people leave remembrances. And sometimes that's related to death, but it's more often or not related to transition or change in life. Could be a divorce, could be a loss of a pet, could be a profound change in your own identity or life. And people leave these mementos inside of the temple, and we burn that on the Sunday night of the event just before it closes. And unlike the Saturday night event, which is quite exuberant, this is done typically in silence as things burn. And while we haven't been in Ireland, I understand that David Best would very much like to do a temple in Dublin. We have been in North Ireland, where a temple was done with the help of 65 organizations brought together by Artichoke Trust, who you may know, Helen Marriage, was built and burned in Derry. One of the other things about placing the art is that I like, this is obviously not prescriptive, but I propose to you that making up a mythology about the journey of the art, or it can be the performers. One time I did this with the Philadelphia Zoo with 7 stages and artists. And it's how you associate and how you make a story for yourself. This isn't necessarily a part of the promotional pack or the press release. Sometimes it's very helpful because you can give a patron or a donor or a friend a sort of inside look at your choices, which also makes them feel included and special. But it's really an internal, gut level sort of choice making. And so when I used to work with Katie Hazard, who now leads the art team, she led the art team then, but we worked together on thinking about the art placement. This is the art map. We would start by asking ourselves, what is the first piece that we are setting and what is the intention around it? And we would make up a sort of mashup mythology, right? Like whether that was Celtic or whether that was Greek or whether that was Jungian. But what was the journey we were imagining that people might take through the city and through the experience of the art? And then we end up filling things in. And what I have found time and again about being intentional with the choices that we make is that they don't have to be visible to other people, and yet it adds a dimension of feeling to the experience that's just really ineffable and not nameable, but actually has impact. And we think about that with the placement of the art. We also shape space by having zones inside of Burning Man, one of which is Kidsville, and it's a part of the city where nothing motorized can go through, and it's 150 camps dedicated to people who are coming to Burning Man with their children, and it's a very clear and safe space for those families to be. And it's a super cool place for kids, I'm just telling you. Like, where else can your kid eat ice cream for breakfast and play with a flamethrower in the afternoon? And be safe. Speaking of safety, we also have over 800 volunteers. Again, this is very much generated from the community, by the community, for the community. They call themselves rangers. They're sort of mediators, conflict resolution types of people. They can help support someone who's having a difficult time in the desert. And there are many, many ways people can have a difficult time. It's just a clear reality check in terms of your internal resources. And if you're unbalanced, and that's not necessarily because you're altered by some other substance. It can be because you're dehydrated. It can be because it's just very overstimulating. It can be because you met someone and you fell in love, or it can be because you came with your lover and you fell out of love. Like, many things happen at Burning Man. Or just because you're freaking out because you didn't realize your camp was next door to the roller skate disco derby, which goes on all night, and you're tired of that music. So we have rangers. This happens to be a picture I noticed when I was going through this, since it was already, the slide deck was already here and handed over to the production team, and I didn't want to like swap something out. This is all dudes, you will notice, but really the rangers are not all dudes. They are all mixed in a variety of ways, but they're always available in the city. They're always circulating. And then the last thing that's also that they provide is a bit of a buffer zone between law enforcement and participants, so that they address and resolve issues and we can keep some distance, because we do have the Federal Bureau of Land Management Rangers. We have the state also has people there from law enforcement, as does the county. So we have a fairly substantial law enforcement presence, and having this layer of rangers who create a safe space as they go and sort of evoke a sense of safety for people while they're there in the space. And they also have a zone. They have a place, like a tranquil place, where they can also take people if they just need to be in quiet and in peace. So the last section of my talk, because I'm guessing you don't want to tell me examples of your shaping space, we'll leave it for the Q&A. Maureen, we have an assignment together. But is to this notion of leaving a lasting impression and succession planning. So the first thing to talk about is rage quitting versus sage quitting. Most of us probably function heavily through the work of volunteers. And our regular staff, who we call all our volunteers and year-round employees are staff. Everyone is staff. There's no distinction between those two sets of populations, because there's no making Black Rock City without the contributions and talents of everyone. And people get caught up in it, right? It's their identities. They're giving a substantial portion of their time, a lot of heart and passion, often money, to come to the desert, to help build the city, to be a part of the Rangers, or to create Kidsville, or to be a temple guardian, or a lamplighter, or any of the many numbers of ways we have rituals and roles for our volunteer team. And what happens is that people stay past the time they need to be there. They just don't want to leave. They don't want to leave behind their legacy. They're afraid somebody else will mess it up. They're afraid that it can't run without them. And this becomes our work, right? Like, we have to be able to observe that a person has reached that place. And so one of the things we've been learning a lot about at Burning Man is how to make it safe and comfortable for people to move into a sage quitting space instead of a rage quitting space, and to ennoble this idea of passing it on, of letting go. Often that's just by finding another role, but sometimes it's by graduating, it's by becoming an alumni. And for us, that means paying attention to honoring alumni status for our volunteers. We have a series of patches that you get after so many years of service. If you're an alumni, you still will have access to directed group sales, because our tickets can be difficult to get. You're acknowledged, you're still included in mailing lists that give you inside information about what is happening. You're invited to special events at other times of the year, and sort of encouraged to honor your own legacy by being willing to let go of it. And then there's the larger organization. I mentioned at the beginning that, you know, when I joined Burning Man, I really observed that many of the systems that were in place were created for conditions that no longer exist. And I can say universally across the nonprofit sector in the United States, there are challenges with aging infrastructure and underinvested, because we're all working at capacity, we're all scrappy, we're all figuring out how to do the work we do with sort of, you know, foregone wages and volunteers and discounted rents and whatever it is we can do to keep it together. And over time, you end up with debt, you know, even if it's just your messy database, right? It's like, it just adds up over time. Little things add up over time in good ways, but also in ways that make more of a burden for us. And so when we start to think about succession planning and we start to think about an organization that lives beyond us and beyond our time and beyond the current leaders and the founders of the organization, for Burning Man right now, this is a very present question. So what we're doing, which may or may not be of useful information to you, but which I want to share openly about, is thinking about how we consolidate our information. So we have many brilliant project managers around Burning Man, many of whom have innovated their own way of keeping track of things. So one of the things that's happening now is an office of project management so that people can integrate and to build templates that are clear about how we do things in a more orchestrated fashion, which is not to become conformist. There's no sort of one way, dictate around how we do things, but it's about this consolidating of information and then turning that into standard operating procedures. But if there's one thing that we know, you can create standard operating procedures for today, and then the conditions will change again, and they could become sort of, you can't have them just be relics, they need to be lasting. And the thing that's lasting is culture. And the things that we want for the preservation of Burning Man isn't to just hold fast to tradition, but still to be able to rely on the culture and the values. So while we're collecting these standard operating procedures, the other thing that we're doing is we're collecting the stories. The stories like the murder dinner, right? The stories of like why we do the perimeter fence by hand instead of cheaper, easier, faster with a machine. We're writing down why and how the choices we make are made that are in the sort of furtherance of the culture that we believe is making a contribution to the lives of those who participate in it, and to the extent that we are also having a ripple effect around the world. These are the things that we want to collect and to put together as what we're calling a cultural roadmap, a series of stories that can be sort of data mined for direction setting in the future, at least as a point of reference. And then finally, we're rethinking about governance and decision making as a highly collaborative organization where a lot of people have to be involved in socializing and making a decision. We're asking ourselves questions about what are our risk and trust thresholds, right? In order to make a decision or to have a distributed set of decision makers at a collaborative level, understanding very clearly where the risks lie. And those risks include things like money and legal and risk liability, like insurance people think about. It also involves cultural risk. We don't want to be a city of Instagram posers, right? We want to continue to be a city of participatory, giving, making, co-creating citizens at the Black Rock Desert. And so thinking through the cultural risks and where do they lie is as much a question for us today as the questions of, the financial thresholds of risk. And similarly, thinking about trust, like trust as in if it's not precedent setting, not so much risk, and probably we can trust that it will be okay. If it's tactical, probably not so much to be concerned about. Different people will have different ways, but they'll still get it done. But, there's also things like how experienced is the person, what level of understanding do they show over time around the culture. And so we're in this kind of very fluid conversation at the moment at the leadership level about where are our risk and trust thresholds, and coming back to this rage and sage quitting, what are the things we need to surface around where people feel less than comfortable, where people are afraid that they will be left out or they won't be remembered or their contribution won't be valued, and how does that add to a loss of trust and people not being so willing to let go. And so what kinds of conversations and systems and rituals, if you will, can we put into place that help people feel sort of held together in a way that supports the future of Burning Man and the culture that is derived from that. So with that, I will share this little video and then we will move into the Q&A. I think I have to, yep. right. Wow, I'm so pleased to be here with you, and I hope that I will get to see you at some point in the desert. Maybe without me clicking all the way back to the slides, can you just go back and put up the first slide as a background slide for us, rather than that? Or do you want me to just go? There we go. Great. Right, and well Maureen is here to support whatever happens next.
Done. It was fun. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to take us where are you comfortable, Ken?
I can sit in the wherever you like.
Wherever.
Yeah. How about?
Well, thank you so much. I know that was incredibly inspiring, and it's just fantastic, the range of issues that you covered. It was just absolutely gorgeous. I'm in complete awe of everything that you do. I have questions, but I want to, we've only got limited time. So does anybody have a question that they'd, here we go.
Half an hour, yes?
Yeah, we've got just half an hour.
So. And we don't have to take the whole time, so people have some transition.
Okay, fantastic. So somebody here, great.
So from what you said and from the video and from my knowledge of Burning Man, I've been to most festivals in Europe and in Ireland, but I haven't been to the Burning Man yet. There's a lot of creativity, there's a lot of kind of sports influence, but I'm interested to know, I'm all about transforming healthcare. I've been doing that, won multiple awards. If they're going to diagnose me and they won't, it'll be Asperger's and ADHD. I've uncovered how to minimise the challenges and enhance the strengths, and through innovative practice, that's what I've been doing in multiple countries and through multiple careers, and I've walked many of the shoes. And my purpose of being here today is to transform healthcare via festivals, because I use creativity, holistic and sports kind of approaches more than medical. I'm currently an OT. But for Burning Man, I presume there's lots of holistic practitioners that come to Birmingham, but is there a movement towards using their transformational healing, which is something I also do, to actually affect a very positive healthcare change on everyone who attends Burning Man?
And can you, this is a general request, not just for you, but if you don't mind introducing your name and organization when you ask a question, just so we all kind of can meet each other.
Okay. So my name is Maria Rocket. I'm currently an OT with the Waterford South City Children's Disability Network team, but I won't be there much longer. I'll be launching my own sole trader business and charity foundation, then multiple businesses. I've been gathering local and national organisations together for my cause for years, and in the last few months it's gone way faster and bigger than ever before, and it's amazing. And I suppose the knowledge I've gained will not just transform healthcare in Ireland, it will transform healthcare globally, and I'm willing to do lots of journal articles for evidence-based research, because I'm all about evidence-based research and everything I've done. But my primary interest is children with complex needs, and then secondary to that is adults with complex needs. And I'd like to transform healthcare via festivals, but I'm just interested to know, with the movement and all the kind of, and there's a lot of healing goes on in Birmingham, but is there a more concentrated movement with holistic practitioners and transformational healing to actually kind of solve the medical conditions and physical and mental of people who attend Burning Man?
Okay, I will do my best to answer your question. I'm going to ask you to hand the mic back to the runner so that they're poised to hand to the next person, and then to say that I don't know that there's something specifically organized in the way that you're talking about. One of the things that is a big emphasis with Burning Man is harm reduction. So there's a lot of thought and process put into sort of the health and care of people who are in attendance who may not be experiencing it. You mentioned some neurodivergent types of diagnoses, and you do end up with a lot of people at Burning Man that can become overstimulated. And so creating safe spaces, calm spaces, ways for people to manage to their own experience is something that we have pretty sophisticated support networks that are organized by volunteers. And then we also have sort of occupational medicine there, holistic treatment there, and we have a full hospital on site as well as first aid clinics distributed in other points around the city. There's also a lot of people who are looking into the sort of therapeutic practices of psychedelics, who are people who come to Burning Man. That's not a particular area of interest or practice for me, but it is something that I think is happening. And then I've been very interested because there's a sort of group, they call themselves the Burning Nerds, and they're looking at all kinds of things that are more on an academic level related to Burning Man, some of which have to do with, for example, Paul Romer, who is a prize-winning economist, came and looked at the building of temporary cities and how we map our city as a way to create resilience. And then there's a woman whose name is Nicole, but I can't think of her last name at the moment, who does neurodivergent design for machines like ATM machines and other machines that people have to utilize. And so a lot of people test their ideas and prototype things inside of Burning Man, but that's not necessarily, I think, in the way that you're thinking, where the population who attends Burning Man, there's some sort of process around their health transformation. One of the things we also think about, coming back to proxy indicators, is that the most commonly used phrase is that I went to Burning Man and it changed my life. And so, you know, trying to understand what are the indications that someone's life has changed is something that we're working to unpack a little better. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Anybody else with a question?
Hi.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. My name's Little John Nee, and I'm a performer and writer, and totally blown away by your speech, your talk, your sharing, and I don't even know if I can articulate in response to it because I'm in awe of it. Over the years, I've never been to Burning Man, but it's always, aesthetically, I've always been inspired by it. And to hear you speak as well about the organisation and that kind of benign anarchy and being informed by non-conformist ways of going about it, you know, is so inspiring. One thing that I was just wondering, though, when something happens like the pandemic, how did you respond to that?
Thank you. Where are you?
Yeah, I can't see you.
Disembodied voice, Johnny.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta love a question that starts with, I'm blown away by what you said. Because talking is a bit of an out-of-body experience, and you never quite end up, I never quite end up the way I thought I might go. So thank you for that support and reassurance that I didn't entirely blow it. In terms of the pandemic, it was really interesting. Of course, the moment came upon us very swiftly, just like everyone else. And in the United States, I think two large indicators that things were really shutting down was the NBA canceling the National Basketball Association canceling the season, and a very, very well-regarded and large event in Austin, Texas called South by Southwest canceling. And so those things happened proximate to our own decision to not use the language that we were canceling so much as to say that we were going virtual. And as it happens, I was hired at Burning Man as the Director of Art and Civic Engagement. I was leading 7 teams. And in September of 2019, I had asked if I might change the relationship to the organization somewhat. I wanted to be continuing to pursue the way in which I had been doing these kinds of institutional partnerships and creative efforts, and a little less responsible for budgets for, you know, $5 million and 7 teams or whatever. And so we had just moved a lot of things off of my plate, and I got to be side by side with the leadership team and the CEO at the time of the pandemic and deciding that we would go virtual. And so there were a few things that I mean, I think our CEO was just really leading us in a very, you know, transformative kind of way, being very clear that we were not going to go to the desert early on, and then that we were going to be virtual. It wasn't that we had any idea how to do that, but I had been doing some creative directing with a studio in Montreal called Moment Factory. And so I understood what was happening in digital interactives and gaming and social virtual space. And so I got the opportunity to produce the Virtual Burn, which we did with 10 partners, all different digital platforms, all different expressions of what social virtual space looks like. And I think that at the moment, it's very important that we come together in person. And I also think we'll probably investigate hybridity, especially thinking about your speaker coming later, Romy, and sustainability and not flying places. And so how do social virtual spaces get us off of the kind of fixed to the screen Zoom experience that can be deadening over time and into things that are more dynamic. So we put a lot of energy into the exploration with these 10 partners, some of whom focused on sort of like proximity. So you could move a little tiny, very simple, not that interesting avatar around a graphic environment. And then as other people moved their little avatars around, they came into view on the screen. And so the idea was just like a party, like you don't all stay in the living room. You move from the kitchen to the porch to whatever. So whoever moved themselves near you was who you were going to engage with. Compared to, you know, the full-on VR Oculus headset, fly through the air, go and see an artwork just like it was, you know. So we had very, very sophisticated and very simple. There was a group from the UK that did these. It was really like just a 2D Zoom hopping map where you just chose a thing. But what was happening in the Zoom rooms was like they had a hot tub party, which was, you know, everybody in their bathtubs and a guy, you know, shaving his legs with fishnets on. And so, you know, like it wasn't, the technology wasn't that advanced, but the thinking about the experience was. So there was that. And then finally, we decided to burn the man. And we did that. And one of the things that I didn't get to in my talk that I meant to mention around succession planning is also legacy. So Burning Man in 2016 acquired 3,800 acres of high desert land, which is partly, you know, playa like Black Rock Desert, but partly wetlands. And so because we had access to this private space, we were able to burn and to virtually stream the man. And then finally, you know, we were able to redeploy our teams. We retained the majority of our staff. There was a big fundraising effort around institutional capacity and sort of continuity and making sure that we didn't lose everybody for the institutional knowledge, but also for the sense of that we are a community together. So we're very fortunate that our CEO and our Chief Operating Officer and our philanthropic engagement team, along with the board, were very committed to raising the money that made it possible for people to continue to work. And I said finally about that, but I will say the other lasting thing is that we're a distributed workforce now, and we were not before. And so we have many more people in many more places who work for Burning Man, even while our headquarters are still in San Francisco. I probably need to give shorter answers to questions.
No, it's
but
fantastic.
Yeah.
No, please don't. It's fantastic. It's very interesting you mention South by Southwest, because many Irish musicians were preparing to go there, and I think that was the first kind of brutal impact of COVID in Ireland. You know, that just that startling finish that you know can't go anywhere and shut down, followed quickly. So, but that's amazing how you managed to do that, to have that access to, what did you say, 3,400 acres. I mean, that's just extraordinary stuff. Yeah.
Yes, and what we're doing there is prototyping art and engineering strategies with the Land Art Generator initiative that began a few years ago to look at sustainable interventions from everything from farming to power to, you know, land sustainability, so we can really learn together for the future of sustainability on the land.
Brilliant, thank you. Have we've more questions down here in the front, I think?
Question here.
Okay, great.
How you doing? Thank you very much for the talk. Dahi Kelly is my name. I'm one of the organisers of an independent festival here in Galway, Élu Le Gras.
We can't see you yet, Dahi, do you mind? Oh yeah, there you are. Thank you.
So yeah, I actually lived in San Francisco for 7 years, so this year will be my 8th burn at Black Rock City. And again, it has just had such an impact on me in terms of my life. Again, the culture that's instilled, the community that it breeds, and again, just being out there, it's something that I felt a calling to bring some of that ethos back here, and that's what kind of a lot of where the core values of our festival come from. But my question to you is just on the culture and the principles. You know, I've experienced it firsthand, the impact it has on people and how it's embraced in terms of force. It's embraced and people kind of express it in their own means. What are kind of the strategy and tactics that you use in the org to kind of instill the culture and the principles on site?
Wow. One, I would say it's people like you who hold that, right? Like there is no way that central command can be like, okay, y'all gonna behave like this. Like it just, it's really not going to happen. The source has to come from within. And there are, I think, a few strategies that we do use. One comes from what I was talking about today around ritual and really thoughtful taking care of each other. We use appreciations at the end of a meeting, and you know, anyone can opt in to say something in gratitude to some other team member for what they have done. We are big on food, right? We have a Tuesday lunch as a team. We have a Thursday afternoon high tea. We make sure that the meetings for our volunteers, that our office hours, we start later in the day because we know we will end later in the day, so we can make ourselves available to people who are volunteering and can only be with us in the evening. We've also been trying to do letters from our event director, Charlie Dolman, that go out to the public at large, that reinforce the kind of culture that we hold collectively and its importance and how to think about that. The map, which I mentioned, you know, reinforcing this idea of matter out of place and playa restoration. I think it's a lot in setting ritual and convention and tradition that continually reinforces that. And then we have about 35% of the population is new each year. We for sure saw a falling off of civility last year when we first came back. There were a lot of people who felt like, wait a second, did everybody forget how to be kind to each other? And we've been thinking about that, talking about that, and trying to support maybe being a little more contained, a little smaller, theme camps having 100 people instead of 200 people, that kind of thing, so that the intimacy of direct relationship can support the furtherance of the culture. But it's a good question, it's a big question, and it's top of mind for sure.
Great, thank you. I think down here there certainly were a few questions.
Is that work? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Lovely to meet you. My name is Vanessa Earle, and I'm a theatre artist and change maker, and just recently created an immersive ritual called Salt, which took place here in Galway to honour the sea and our connection to it. And it was driven by swimmers and dippers' personal stories that I gathered during the pandemic. That's where it started. Thank you so much for coming. I've absolutely loved every word you said. It's been so helpful and inspiring. My question for you is, who looks after you? I'm noticing your amazing leadership, and I'm just wondering, yeah, who's your support? Who looks after you? Yeah.
Well, invite me back next year. No. I think it's an important question, and I'm going to generalize it a little bit to say that I think that how we resource ourselves and each other is actually very critical to the work. And a number of years ago, when we were setting staff and team goals, I set a goal for my team for the year to be mindful about our well-being. And so I think you're raising something that is just essential to the work that we do together, and how we hold each other and support each other and make it possible to tell the truth about where we are and how we feel. And thank you for that. little bit of ripple of clap. For myself, I do think about how to resource myself, and I work with a number of personal support people over time as I can afford, you know, and most of my life I haven't made enough money to afford anything because I was always working very low to the ground and in the field as an artist with artists and with community educators and youth. In more recent years, I have been able to afford a little more direct sort of things like body work, and I've, in the last 2.5 years, I've been working with a somatic coach, and in particular looking at the relationship between breath and body and self-knowledge from within my body. I had a long trauma history, so I did a very deep work in the 90s around that, and I'm acutely aware that my body is signaling me all the time about how I am and am not doing. I also have come to understand myself as an empathic person, and so what does it mean to hold boundaries energetically? And you know, I was when I write in my journal at night, which I do journal and I meditate, one of the things is I was asked to join someone for breakfast this morning, which sounded delightful, but I knew I had to be boundaried around that, because in order to come here and to be here with you, to be stimulated by conversation this morning was not going to be constructive for what I needed to do. And so, and it's funny because Maureen nodded her head when I said that, as if she knew exactly why and what I was choosing. So learning, actually, one of the ways in which I take care of myself is learning that disappointing other people's expectations in order to fulfill the larger expectation is absolutely acceptable. And so giving myself permission to have those limits. And I'm going to go a little bit longer. I was like trying to do concise answers, but you know, I feel like this is such an important topic and not one that we necessarily talk about that much. And so, you know, the other thing for me is that, as it turns out, I am more or less an introvert, mostly. I'd rather read a book, I'd rather stay in bed, I'd rather, you know, pull up a blanket on the couch kind of thing. I'd rather have a small, intimate dinner for no more than 12 people than a large party. Like, what the hell? I'm, you know, producing things in the largest of ways, and not just Burning Man. I was the president of the Arts Council for the city of New Orleans, and there's a party if there ever was one, right? And this is also part of why I said I know that we protect ourselves somewhat by being producers, and we're not as much in the thick of it in a way. And what I know is that I can become overstimulated as well. And so, like, wow, being able to own and honor that and to step away and be more reclusive is so important to my ability to fulfill the larger set of objectives about which I am passionate. And so resourcing myself, whatever that means for you or for anybody else, I may have my set of ways in which I do that, but to know it and to understand it and to take care of our bodies and our souls, our minds, our hearts is really, really important to the sustainability of anything that we do. And the last thing I'll say on that subject is I have long held a phrase which I say that the work should serve the worker, not only the worker serving the work. And so in terms of managing teams, my attention to how the work that they are doing is serving them is crucial to the way that I approach managing people. And I suggest that we all might do well to own that, to do that, and to honor the growth and development of those that we're responsible for.
That's terrific. Thank you for taking the extra time with that.
So I know there are some questions from the house. I also know we have 7 minutes before it's time to feed people,
Yeah.
and you had some questions. So
well, thank you, Vanessa, for that great question. Maybe there's another question from the house, because I did see a few hands up, and I don't want to deprive anybody.
And I'm here. There's a way to be funny about this, but you know, you can find me. You know, so a couple of things. I'll just do this right now. I am here through the conference, and so, notwithstanding what I said about becoming overstimulated and sometimes being reclusive, my intention is to make myself available. and I won't remember your name, so I'll ask you more than once what your name is. I'm sorry. I'll be taking in mostly your energy and who you are, and the name will like slide right off my brain. And if you want to email me, my email is kim.cook, C-O-O-K, no E on the end, @burningman.org. So there are many, many ways to be in touch with me if, in fact, you had a question and didn't get a chance to ask it.
That's really generous of you. Thank you so much, Kim. So we'll take one final question. I see somebody here in the middle. Yeah.
Sorry to the pressure because it's the last question. My name is Sinead Dunphy. I run my own company, Eventi Management, but we specialise in arts and festivals as a general, but I'm also director of Imagine Arts Festival in Waterford and Summersing Children's Arts Festival in Cork. Because I have no boundaries and I have no sense of self-care, clearly. Also, if anyone wants to get in touch about Imagine, please come forward with great ideas. Because I'm only in the job 3 weeks, and my question relates to pretty much the innovations that have come during your time, Kim, with Burning Man, but also even the way you were able to move through your own career within that space. And the question really is just, do you have any advice on inspiring new rituals, new traditions within a festival that I suppose already has a history, but has been run by volunteers, which kind of have such an ephemeral presence that it feels almost like, even though Imagine its 22nd year, it feels almost like a brand new project. And for me, I want to serve the festival, but I want to serve the city of Waterford, and I want to serve the artists. And it feels now in the role that there's quite a mammoth task there when the festival's on in October. So I'd welcome your advice, or if you have any tips, or how do you go about looking at that and creating new rituals, new traditions for something that's already in place?
Well, I'm going to tell you a secret. I am so enamored of the fact that I don't know what I'm doing. It's the most powerful awareness that I have, probably, and it allows me to be humble and to submit to the room, whatever the room is, the question that I have. So if I were you and I was thinking about this 22-year history and the moment that I was in and the desire to do new rituals and traditions, first I would ask myself, to what end, right? There's no point in doing it just because it seems like a good idea, but what are the feelings I'm trying to evoke, the changes or shifts I'm trying to make? What is impelling me? What is propelling me? What is compelling me? What is bringing forth this sense or this notion that that needs to happen? And then I would bring people together and put that honestly on the table, vulnerably on the table. These are the things I'd like to address. These are the things that I think we need new rituals and traditions for. If you were me, how might we go about that? For sure, I would let yourself not have to own it and instigate all of it, but rather shape the space for it to come forward. And some things you'll find you're inspired to do. I started something with my team that I called I See You, and people randomly paired up and took a name from a hat, and for a week they just observed whoever's name they got. And then we sat in a room and we looked at each other and said, Maureen, I see you. I see that you are sensitive. I see that you are kind. I see that you are supportive of the others around you. And these are things I've just seen about her in the last 24 hours. And we did that for each other. And that sort of like just the grounding and the awareness of seeing and being seen was just a new tradition that we made up. And then the introvert in the room said she didn't really like it. And so then we modified it.
What about you? We have 2 minutes. You must...
Well,
what all I want to do is to say thank you to you, because that was just absolutely inspiring. I think you've given us a whole new lexicon for the next day or so. I know, like, what you've said is just going to spill into everything that everybody thinks about over the sessions. So, and vulnerability and care and imagination. I mean, it's really, it's kind of jaw-dropping stuff. So I want to say a huge thank you to you for giving so generously and so openly to us this morning. And you're going to be deluged with emails. I'm going to tell you that, Kim. And you're going to be deluged with people coming at you. But that kindness and openness, I mean, it's writing the book on what festival making should be. So thank you so, so much. Can we give it up once more for Kim?
Wait. Just to say also, Teresia, thank you, Teresia. Yes.
So just before we close out, I'm going to welcome Carl back to give us some housekeeping.
Great. Thanks, Maureen. Kim, thank you so much. Just some housekeeping for everybody. Won't keep you very long. So everyone should have one of these, which is a lanyard card with your name on it. So just on the back, you'll find a QR code. If you scan that in, you'll find the conference brochure, but you'll also find Kim's presentation and all the other presentations from the contributors over the 2 days. So it's an e-pack, it's digital as part of our Green Conference commitments. So do scan that and have a look, and that will guide you over the 2 days where you're meant to be. The program's also printed on the back of your lanyard, so you can use that as quick reference. Don't forget that the information stands that we're running this morning are also running at lunchtime and at tea time. So we have a number of organizations who very generously given of their time to talk to you, provide advice, support, and get to know you. So do, when you are finished lunch, dip in and talk to them. The sidebar sessions that are running this afternoon are now full. So if you haven't registered for a sidebar, just come into the auditorium. Okay? And then 2 last things, which is lunches at the Rowing Club. This is the most important note. So you go out of the front door, you do a right and a right, and if that's confusing, follow the flags, because there are flags signposted. And then just to let you know that the next session is back in the auditorium here at 2 o'clock, and it's Taking Action, which is moving towards sustainable festival futures. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Díomh, Tushiv, Fáilte Arash, Sanarchlon. I wanted to start with a few words in Irish. I'm back trying to learn Irish after many years avoiding doing that, and so excuse me for the limitations of my my native tongue at this current time. Our wonderful keynote speaker, Kim Cook, mentioned the efforts that are being made by at Burning Man to introduce more sustainable practice in the work they're doing. She spoke about leaving no trace, but also about using solar panels. And I know from traveling around the country in my former role as festival advisor that many of the festivals around Ireland, if not most, are making similar efforts, small efforts. To date, this work has been uncoordinated and unsupported from an institutional level, but we hope that's going to change. So in our conversations, I was part of the wonderful organising group with Carl Wallace, Katie Lowry and Marianne Caneda that met over the last 6 months on a weekly basis, and we discussed many of the things that were happening in festivals to try and come up with this panel. So we've come up with 2 initiatives in relation to sustainability, and which we hope will feed you, and your response to that will help to feed us. The first one is today's panel, which will be chaired by Professor Patrick Lonergan from the University of Galway, with a distinguished panel of Irish festival maker, from continental Europe, who is going to beam into us remotely, and a representative from Creative Carbon Scotland, a wonderful organisation that's been running for 11 years in Scotland working on this issue. And for those of you who are inspired, tomorrow we have a workshop in the university on called Sustainability 101. And again, that's a place to listen and learn, but it's also a place to share. So thank you all for coming to this session, and I'm going to introduce you to Patrick Lonergan, who will introduce his panel. Thanks, David.
All right, hi everyone. So you're all very welcome. It's great to have everyone back here. My name is Patrick Lonergan, and as David was saying, I work at the University of Galway. And just to say, we're really delighted to be partnering with the Arts Council and Creative Europe Ireland desk on this event. So as Rebecca mentioned earlier today, you know, partnership is a really important part of what we do. And I really feel like every year when we see first-year students coming in to the university, we ask them how they began to aspire to be art makers. And the answer time after time is that they participated in a festival, that they saw street theatre in Kilkenny, or they saw opera in Wexford, or they saw something strange on a beach in Cork, or lots of things in small towns up and down the length and breadth of the island. And it really brings home to me how festival makers like yourselves are not just producing the arts audiences of the future, but also the art makers of the future. And that's a really key part of sustainability that we think about when we talk about sustainability. So just to say that, how much that is seen and known and appreciated by those of us who do education. Today's panel anyway is a great panel ahead, and we have a good bit of time as well, which will include time for conversation later on. So we've got 3 speakers, one of whom is joining us on Zoom. So I'm just going to do quick intros, and then we'll get straight into the conversation where you'll hear more about each of the organizations in turn. So first up, we've got Romy Boye, who is from Creative Carbon Scotland. Beside her, we have John Crumish from the Galway International Arts Festival. And then joining us by Zoom, and therefore thankfully not flying here, we have Marin de Boer, who is from the Ural Festival in the Netherlands. So the 3 of you are all very welcome. Marin, I hope you can hear us. Can you give us a wave there? Yep. Okay, good. So we're all good there too. I wanted to start just with Rami. So, Creative Carbon Scotland has done a lot of really exciting work that has got a lot of attention internationally. But what I also know is when we talk to people about climate action, about environmentalism, a lot of people say they find it very overwhelming. You know, they don't know where to start, or it feels like whatever they do, it's not enough, or people are critical, or whatever it might be. So from the point of view of the work that you've been doing in Scotland, if you were going to a small local festival and talking to the people in charge there about the one thing, or the small things that they as individuals can do, what sort of things might you say to them?
But just first to start, Creative Carbon Scotland is an organisation that works with different types of arts in Scotland, from festivals to the film industry to the visual art, theatre, etc. So very different types of arts, but also different sizes. And when it comes to smaller festivals with limited capacity, limited time, limited staff, what can we tell them to get started on their journey? I think what's important is to give first a framework for sustainability. So how do you think about sustainability in a comprehensive way so that the actions that you take for your festival, will maximize the reduction of your environmental impacts? And that starts, I think, by thinking about where are your main emissions, having an understanding of where your impact might be. And we would ask people to start collecting information about their carbon emissions, and that comes to data, and that can be a bit daunting, but you can start by first just trying to see where the main, the main aspects of your festival is going to come down to food, energy, travel, and having those things in your mind and thinking about where are the main carbon emissions, so then you can maximize your actions to reduce your environmental impact. So that's the first step, is having that baseline, that overview of where my impact is, making sure that you understand that clearly. Because what we see often is that festivals or organizations tend to focus a lot on waste, because that's the most visible thing for them and their audience as well. And it's good to reduce waste. It reduces the biodiversity impact. But in terms of carbon impact, it's quite minimal. And often it comes down to travel and energy. So having those ones in mind and trying to find ways of reducing it. So having done that, the first step, the overview, then is thinking about the other aspect of environmental sustainability, which includes climate justice. So thinking about your actions in a just and fair way, making sure that you don't increase inequalities when you come up with solutions, environmental solutions. Thinking as well about climate adaptation. So, and that's especially for festivals, I think it's really important to consider, because climate change is one of the biggest risks for the arts. The UNESCO headquarters recognized that in 2020, but the arts are also a way to address the climate crisis. And so thinking about climate adaptation in the sense of how does the current changes impact your festival and how you make sure that you're resilient to those changes. Quite interested in the example of the festival that you're working with, Marine, is it's on an island, and that's probably subject to climate changes and rising sea level, for instance. In Ireland, it might be rainfall patterns, this kind of thing. So thinking about that as well. Thinking about, especially for smaller festivals that might have a limited control over the emissions, is thinking about the way they can influence others. So how you can influence the artists you're working with, your audience as well, and how you communicate around sustainability, around those things.
So it sounds like, in other words, there's not any one magic bullet, but just a lot of small things that you can kind of chip away at can be effective.
Yeah. I think there are many ways, and in many creative ways as well, and will depend from one festival to another as well, from your different context. And I think that's where creativity is so interesting. You can see so many different types of sustainability initiatives. Maybe we'll hear more from Marine as well on this. And you can find loads of inspiring case studies online. There's, I think, the festival tools, European festival tools, that has really nice case studies on the different themes that I've mentioned earlier, like what can you do for energy specifically, for water, for food, for travel. And then you can adapt that to your own context. And one more thing I would say that we would say to festivals in general, not only small festivals, but thinking about collective action. how can you work together on sustainability? Because you're not going to solve this on your own, and especially as a small festival, I feel like you'll benefit from the support of maybe bigger festivals and other influencing partners like the government or funding bodies. So we really need that sort of synergies to happen in the cultural sector in Ireland and beyond.
So working together is going to be really effective. I want to go to Marin now. And Marin, we heard it said a moment ago about your festival being on an island. So certainly in an Irish context, when we talk about climate action, one of the things people will often say is, well, we're an island, so getting the train isn't necessarily going to be possible all the time. You're on an island, so I know it's different. What have you done that has worked? But also, can you tell people a little bit about the festival as well?
Yeah, of course. Well, the Oud Festival is a very old festival already. It's already 40 years existing. And we have a history of going from the streets with street theater towards a festival that is mainly focusing and performed in a nature reserve, which is a very specific kind of a festival, because we are showing location theater and location arts that that makes it quite how to say, it's very, very vulnerable, because this nature reserve, there are all restrictions and things we are able to do and not to do, and these subjects like climate change, sea level rise, they are very these are subjects that we are working on, because this island is also very vulnerable for these kind of changes. And as a festival, this is also something that we want to share with other artists, also to make them able to adapt these kinds and ways of thinking in the way that they are making. Because I think that Roman already gave a lot of very good examples of the urgency, why we are, why we have to take action. But there's also this awareness of artists that we need to take on this train to make this change. And I think that for working on an island that is very small, I think in comparison to Ireland, I didn't do the calculations, but we have 4,900 inhabitants on the island itself, and during the festival there are almost 50,000 visitors. That makes it we have a lot of impact on the island itself, and there are some very practical there are some very practical challenges in how to create these sustainable change, especially because these 50,000 people are used to come with a car to the harbor and then take the boat to the island. And this boat is also sailing on fossil fuels. So there are some things that are that we really need to figure out. Also, I think that's also the vulnerability of our festival. Even though we are very big, there are some things that we are also having trouble changing. There's a lot more to tell. But
So I mean, I'm already hearing that part of the work is obviously working with audiences, but also working with artists as well. That's something that you've both picked up on. But before we get to that, just John, I'm sure many people, if not most, would be aware of the Arts Festival. Could you tell us a bit about the Arts Festival? But also, like all festivals, like all arts organisations in Ireland, you've gone on a bit of a journey about sustainability in recent years. Is there anything you wish someone had told you when you started?
You had to ask a hard question to begin with. I think that if I'd known it in my head when 2016 was when we probably kicked off on this, and we kind of thought, we're just gonna go out on this. But it's the kind of very multifaceted nature of it, and the spread of actions you have to take, and the fact that you can take an action and then find out there's a break in the supply chain somewhere that, you know, it's not as easy as you thought to get biodiesel. It's not, you know, there's all different logistical things that I wish I'd known more about at the time. But of course, the landscape itself is changing very quickly with regard to the services, etc. But we kind of went for quite simple things. Like we decided, right, we need to get away from fossil fuel as much as possible. We need to reduce our waste. We need, like our attendance last year was 300,000, so we need to start influencing how our audiences are actually attending, and we also need to look at how the traders and concessions we have, what they're at, and how we can influence them to go for more sustainable solutions. So that was kind of our spread of what we did. So we got down that road. I think that we decided that plastic might be the easiest because we were using so much of it that, you know, just in terms of drinks and concessions, food and beverage.
The big top people with their
drinks, so that was kind of the first area we said, right, how do we try and eliminate once-off plastic use? So we've been kind of on that. One thing we did find out was you need partners. So like Heineken is our drinks partner, so we went to Heineken and said, you know, you're green, we want to be green, we can't be using once-off plastic. And they completely went with the idea, and they've actually developed a reusable cup. So in 22, we were able to not use 45,000 once-off plastic glasses, for instance. And that was just that conversation with a partner. So that was a very easy one, as it turned out. It took a couple of years, and the pandemic was in between, but it definitely was a factor. So we're kind of learning bit by bit. And going back to your first question about if I knew one thing, it would be relax. This is going to take you a lot longer than you thought.
Yep. So that permission to kind of do it, you know, with urgency, but not feel like we have to get everything right today, I think is a real challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, I totally agree. Like we kind of got on our white Chargers and headed off into the sunset, and then we kind of got off the white Charger and said, okay, we've got this far, but I don't think this charge is really working. We need to look at it. So I would say it's a series of actions across a spread of activities is the way we're looking at it. I would say, though, that in terms of you need to get wins in order to feel that you're not being, you know, it's not too much. So we were looking for those kind of ones where we could say, right, we've done that. It also helped, we were lucky in the sense that we got on a sustainability manager who works with Georgina, who is basically, that's her job to follow up. It's one thing I would say is it's very hard if you haven't somebody kind of looking at that area to keep on top of things while you're also doing a festival. Things are inclined to run away from you. So you need, it's almost like a policing action of keeping saying, no, we're going to do this. We said we'd do this, we're going to do this. And you just keep at it and at it and at it. And you need somebody that is very diligent and dogmatic, and I would say charming all at the same time in order to get your way on it, which she is.
Very good. I think as well, Rami, you were saying, you know, starting points might be just measurement, working out how much waste, how much energy. Is that the case? Is that a good starting point for this sort of thing?
Yeah. If you're able to collect that information, start where you have the information, and then you'll improve, you'll build up year after year, and that's what the cultural sector has been doing in Scotland. You know, they started reporting in 2018, 2019, I think, for regularly funded organisations and City of Edinburgh Council funded organisations, and the breadth of the reporting has grown over the years. So we've started with, you know, a limited amount of information and data, and this has gone better and better and better. Now we're looking at things like digital emissions, which is quite complex as well. So there are new things as, you know, as we go. But yeah, it's a journey, and it's not about getting it right straight away. It's important to start now, and will improve over the years.
And are you describing that as part of maybe funding applications?
Yes.
Organisations have to report on carbon footprint, any other?
Yeah, so that's the case in Scotland. The organisations I mentioned, so regularly funded ones, and those that are funded by the City of Edinburgh, have to report on their carbon emissions and their carbon management plans as well. So thinking in the next 5 years, how they're going to do to reach net zero targets, for instance. Yeah. So supporting them as well in their thinking in the long term and how that might play out is really important too.
You mentioned digital emissions. What are digital emissions and why should we be worried about them?
Digital carbon emissions. We don't know a lot about it. There's not a lot of research yet, so we don't understand it very well. But a lot of emissions would come from storing data. If you're streamlining something, you leave it online for a long time. Where it is stored uses energy, and that energy is where your carbon emissions will come from, mostly. And all the devices that you're using, most of the carbon impact of the devices that we're using on a day-to-day basis doesn't come from the use of your phone or your computer in the day, but more from the creating that computer or whatever, where the sourcing of materials, where it's been extracted from, and so thinking about those things as well is it's quite complex, but bits by bits we can reduce this impact.
We've had a lot of debate in Ireland about data centres, so the idea that your phone is sort of carbon neutral, I think, is something that people have to change their minds about. Maria, in the context of the festival that you're working on, I think you've been working there 6 or 7 years or something like that. So could you just say something about, again, one of the things I think a lot of us face is that when you go into an organisation, you have to persuade people that change is possible, that, that we can do this together. And John talked about the importance of being able to go back to the team and say, we had a win, we did something good, and we achieved something. What have you done yourself with your group that you could share with us here?
Yeah, of course. I am very lucky that I have a couple of colleagues who feel the same way as me about sustainability in the festival, so that helps a lot, of course. So I'm definitely not on my own. But one of the things that we really felt is that we had an urge for writing down also our intrinsic motivation of why we think this is important for the festival, because as Roman and her neighbor already told, is that there is a lot of policy making that we need to take into account. Also also in the Dutch government, I think we are a bit in the same direction as Scotland is going right now. So these are all very practical things that we need to do, but why are we doing it? Are we doing it because we need to, because of policy making, or are we doing it because we think it's important to take care of planet Earth with all its complexity? These intrinsic motivation, we needed to form this into something that we could also share with the rest of our team, and this resulted in a document called the Ecological Compass. And I've written it down because it was a long time ago that I was speaking so much English. Living on a Dutch island, you're speaking a lot of Dutch. But it's really a document where we have artistical and practical guidelines. So these artistical guidelines are also for the artist to take into account if they are going to work on location. So how are you working in a nature reserve? How are you taking into account that you are just a guest and you are not the owner of this landscape? And the practical guidelines are similar to things like Julie's Bicycle or Green Deal, circular event kind of measurement systems. But this document really helps to also share this intrinsic motivation and the urgency to change as a festival with the rest of our team, because a festival team, as you probably all know, is a very complex organization that has a long-term team that is working for a year, and then you have a short period in the year where everybody is like in full stress, working really, really hard to create a beautiful couple of days. So everyone in the festival has a different starting point, also of knowledge. So what we kind of try to do is that we try to make a balance of which information is important for who. So who needs to know this whole intrinsic story, and who just need practical guidelines. So for instance, I talked this afternoon with my colleague who is doing the production for the music artists that are coming. They need backstage catering. And she came to me with a question like, oh, we are working on sustainability in the backstage catering, but what do I have to, what can I do? And I said, don't make it too complicated. Just choose one thing that you can do already this year. So research something that you are able to do, and you are also sure that you can celebrate the success after that. So maybe you can choose to avoid plastics, or maybe you can make sure that the backstage catering is only from local produce, or just choose one thing, and then the next year you've already done that, so you know what to do. So it makes it easier every step by step, and every year that you do it. So but this ecological compass is a really nice basis for everyone, also in understanding where we are. It's kind of a center point, or I don't know how you call it in Ireland, but it's kind of the baseline of how we want to work as a festival, what we think is important.
So I really like that idea that you start with the individual and say, you know, it's not about box ticking, it's not about the funding, it's not about you know, any of that stuff. It's about your own personal authenticity and your own sense of values, and you know how you work out from there. Can you just say a bit more then about that idea? When people, I get how that works for the core team, but when the festival is happening, and you mentioned this yourself, everybody's coming in, everything has to happen really, really quickly. You know, how do you convey that kind of sense of values to people in this short period when they're stressed out?
Yeah, we of course we did a couple of training sessions before everybody starts working. So there are a couple of moments in the preparations of the festival where we have some more time, some more headspace also to let this kind of information land in everyone's minds. And I think that giving everyone the responsibility to do research within their own line of work, because earlier the term sustainability manager was mentioned. I think I am the sustainability manager of URO, but it's very difficult for me to know everything. Yeah. So I know so little, and I can do research in a lot, but that cannot be on my shoulders all the time. So what we did is that we really focused on, okay, so you're doing backstage catering, or you're doing catering in general, or you are production leader for theater groups. You are, so in every line of work, also in marketing, everybody started doing research in how they can make some, maybe baby steps, sometimes very big steps, to change already for the next coming year. And we were pleasantly surprised that everyone was very serious in this. So by choosing no printing work and just printing 100 posters instead of 2,000, these kind of choices were made by the sessions that we did with our teammates. And this gives everyone also personal responsibility. You can celebrate the success that you did. You can celebrate it together. Like, look what we all did. This is not only my work, but this is the work of everyone. And I think that this enthusiasm and sharing and knowledge, being vulnerable, also being able to say, I don't know, can you help me with this? Because we need to find a solution. I think that's one of the, that's a very important thing.
So creating an atmosphere where people feel like it's okay not to know things and to ask, I think, is important there too. But I also wanted to ask as well, though, about audiences, and you kind of alluded to this when you were talking about posters and so on. It often feels like everybody in the abstract is in favour of climate action, but then when you get down to the nitty-gritty, they become maybe a bit more reticent. So, you know, a lot of arts people will say we should have no more posters, or we should have no more printed brochures. And you get a kind of pushback of, oh no, we need the posters, otherwise no one will come. Or even with, pint glasses. You go to the big top and you say, oh, well, of course, it's terrible, all the plastic, but at the same time, you don't expect me to drink Heineken out of a plastic glass. So in other words, it's all about changing people's minds and kind of breaking down maybe that resistance to the individual thing. Using the example of the plastic or something else from the festival, how do you feel audiences are willing to go along with those small changes, John?
I think it's different in different places. I have to say that we thought there'd be some pushback on the reusable glass because there was a euro deposit in order to get people to bring it back. And there's absolutely no pushback at all. Everybody just went straight into it. There was nobody complained, and we had prepared, like we had a bit of communication done. The bar staff were ready to, tick the whinge, and there was absolutely none of it happened.
Yeah,
it was
there are
amazing.
also very entrepreneurial kids going around afterwards. Like
Yeah. There is that, and I think waste is a bigger problem. The disposal of waste is a bigger problem. If you don't make it extremely easy for people to deposit their waste in the right places, they just end up throwing it there because they're rushing, they're going to something else. So that was a lesson out of last year, is we need to communicate better, and we're actually going to do a team of volunteers, we're calling them Green Ambassadors this year, whose job is just to hang out and answer questions, say, no, that goes there, do this, to just kind of help people and facilitate that. Because going back to the glasses, it's very transactional. You go up, you're the one, who's buying a drink, so you get it in the glass, all you have to do is come back. Whereas waste, people buy it, then there's another action involved. So you kind of have to steer that action. And we realized last year, one of the big learnings was that we needed kind of more signage, more bins, and kind of more directions around how people deposit it, so that you don't, like, in terms of waste, you can contaminate a recycling bin by just having something in it, because whoever comes to collect it, they just do it on site. They say, oh, this is contaminated. There could just be one thing in the top. So we're very determined this year that we will get that better, so that we're trying to cut that whole mixed waste piece at the moment and get that right. We see that probably as our easier one this year. But in terms of audiences coming to the festival, people are very good. They get much better in terms of that public transport, and we're pushing that much more. So I think the hardest part is when people are kind of rushing and it's slightly more complex. So you've got to make it as easy as possible and transactional as possible to allow them to do the right thing and facilitate it.
Robbie, in a Scottish context, I mean, I can see how, different festivals, depending on size, some festivals might be for a local or a regional audience, but, obviously once we hit Edinburgh in August, it's extremely internationalized, and hundreds of thousands of people coming through. So I understand how you can build up a relationship with a kind of core audience and change behavior, but when people are coming in or out for 2 or 3 days, how can we communicate to them about what our expectations are, our hopes are, for how they might buy into some of this stuff?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think one way is through maybe programming, so having events that touch on those topics, on sustainability, and what you can do in terms of climate action. There were some really good, the Science Festival this year had some really good panel discussions and around this, creating that space where people can think about this and reflect and feel. I think that's the power of the arts, it's having that space for people to think differently and think about different things they might do, and that might lead to change of behaviors as well. That's one way. Communication through, festivals have different ways of communicating with their audience. There's tickets, maybe an app, maybe their social media. Working with artists and their partners to use that as well as a communication channel, I'll say. Yeah.
Do you think it's likely that, I mean, the way we're talking about artists is, in a sense, to try and motivate people to buy into values that you might hold. Could we not flip that around, though, and say that in the very near future, it's likely to be the case that we go to artists and say, we want you to come to our event, and they'll say, well, what's your sustainability statement, or what's your ethos like? And if it doesn't match their expectations, then they won't come. Are you seeing anything like that happening already?
Happening, yeah. I remember specifically one artist working with the Children's Festival was very, very committed to sustainability, and she would only travel with very, very low carbon footprints of biking, and especially for the children festival, it makes a lot of sense because they're working with the festivals for the younger generation, which is very concerned about sustainability, or at least we can see more than maybe the older generations, and it's about their future. So bringing those artists that have this mindset as well, and working with them and presenting their work, I think is really important.
Yeah, I mean, similar question to Marin. We've been talking about artists as if they require persuasion, but actually when we think about, again, particularly climate action, so many of the people on the forefront of that are creative artists, whether it's people like Katie Mitchell, who's changing the way we make theatre, or the many other examples as well. What kind of experience have you had in dealing with artists about this? Do they need persuasion, or are they already persuaded, or does it just vary?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because we noticed that there are a lot of artists who are really working with this subject, artists who are already working on climate justice, the rights of nature, are very well aware of the fact that if they want to work with these kind of subjects, they really need to change their way of production. So that's an easy win for us, because when we made this ecological compass and we asked a couple of artists also to read it with us to give their opinion on the guidelines and if it was too strict or if it was inviting, and we noticed that these artists that are already working with these kind of subjects were like applauding, like, oh, finally you're making this document, and these are answers to things that we are already doing or already looking for. But there are also a couple of artists who are especially not working in the outdoors regularly, who really need to do a lot of adaptation, and these guidelines, with these guidelines we are hoping to give them some help in how to do that. I think for us, because our connection with our artists is we have very good relationships with our artists, because we talk with them a lot year round in preparation of the festival, because of the landscape is so vulnerable, so we need to really know what they are going to do and why. I think that for us, our biggest challenge is our audience, in persuading our audience. I think that for most festivals that's a very difficult thing. So how are you actually changing their behavior, and how and that's something that you can do on the festival, but especially in transportation, audiences towards the island, that's a little bit out of our sight. We can we can make them enthusiastic to go with public transport or something, but people can choose themselves. And I don't know how it is in Scotland or in other countries in festivals, but in the Netherlands, starting from 2028, the carbon emissions of the transport of our audience is going to be calculated within our carbon footprint. Which is going to be a very difficult thing, because it's something that we don't have control over completely. But that's maybe, I'm also wondering if maybe other festivals have ideas about that or have good experiences in persuading their audiences into behaving like model audiences. But
yeah, I mean, and it gets pushed and pulled in different directions, because quite a lot of the support for festivals, certainly in this country, but also in Scotland, I know as well, comes from tourism. So we want people to get on planes. We want people to be tourists. And if we then moved into a thing of carbon counting, I think it goes back to the point that was made earlier, though, which is that if you actually start to measure these things, you're making informed decisions, and at least you know then what your carbon footprint is, even if you don't have full control over it. But it also gives rise to the question about programming and how that can affect things. So, John, I remember the first time I was at the Arts Festival, it must have been about 26 years ago, was for a play called Drift. And I don't know if anyone saw this, but it was done somewhere in Galway, I forget where. The whole play was done on water. And it was to imagine a world that had been flooded by the melting of the ice in the Arctic. And it was in the 1990s. And again, it just shows we've kind of known about this stuff for a very long time. But it wasn't miserable. It was cheerful. It was funny. And it was also trying to say to people, actually, we could do something about this if we get a move on. In terms of programming, I know the Arts Festival has done a lot of programming, and Paul Fahey, the artistic director, is the person who normally would talk about this. But you know, how receptive do you think audiences are to art about ecology, the climate crisis, or any of these things? Or is it just one of those things where it's like, well, I'm on my holidays, I don't want doom and gloom?
I know, that's not been our experience. Like in particular, the last number of years, the work we did with John Gerard, in particular, Mirror Pavilion, which was about the human impact last year, flare on the oceans, and then with Mirror Pavilion the previous 2 years, audience seemed very receptive. They were very questioning of, you know, the number of questions of what's going on, what is he trying to get at. There was absolutely no negatives towards it at all, or nothing like this is a bit heavy. I think if people are engaged, they kind of open up to it. A lot of that programming, it depends, like Drift was, it's like how you engage and how you present the proposition you're making. Like I think if you bang people over the head with stuff, they're going to go, oh, leave it out. But I think if you present it in an engaging way that allows them to explore it and be open to it, I think they themselves then come around to it. That's been our experience. It's like the audience for John's work in the last number of years, was very big, and the responses were very positive towards it.
Yeah, it's such an important question. I'm going to go out to questions from the audience in a minute, but just on that, I think that there's so much pressure in the culture to present climate and other forms of ecological justice in a negative way. So a very good example of that, there was a book published 2 years ago called The Physics of Climate Change, and it's by a scientist who wanted to give people information about, how climate change happens from the point of view of a physicist. And he'd written loads of books, they were all successful, sold lots of copies. But when he brought this book to the publishers who had published his work before, time after time they kept saying to him, well, we don't want to publish that because it's just information, and we find what sells are apocalyptic books about climate change, where people feel like the world is going to end. And it really brought home to me that there's so much pressure against actually informing people, allowing them to feel that they can do something, giving them hope. Romy, how can we give people a sense of hope in our art making or in our programming or in just the way we go about doing these things?
How we can give you a sense of... I think by working together, at least that's how I maintain my positivity in my work, although, I work 24/7 on sustainability, which is quite, can be a bit stressful and anxious topic, but I don't feel really anxious because I'm surrounded by people who all work to, make this place a better place, and we all do it at our scale, but working together make things happen and make things possible. And I feel very lucky to be part of that, change happening in Scotland. And I think that's what gives me hope. And I can see that change happening, and it's very, very thrilling.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Scottish example is not just hopeful for people in Scotland, but it's been noticed elsewhere too. We now have time to open it out for questions. So I know we've got roving mics knocking about the place. I can see hands going up straight away, so just bear with me a second. So there's one at the back, and then we can get a mic down here. Could I just ask as well, particularly for those who are, if you could just introduce yourself, say who you are, and be sure to wait for the mic as well. So is that Anna back there, I see, with the mic? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So it's Anna Lardy from Music for Galway. Thank you all for your thoughts. It was really great to listen to your experiences and to your ideas. I suppose I'm coming from a place of presenting a new festival next year. It'll be the second edition, but the first time that we're doing it with actual public there. The first time was online, and I suppose I have more an observation and possibly even a bit of an answer to Muireann's question about the audience. We are lead partners in a Creative Europe project called Songs of Travel, and one of its core missions is to present new music in an environment that actually tries to nudge or lift the empathy of the audience and performers and anybody else towards climate change. So it's very much at the core of it. And as such, the 5 partners, 5 different countries, we're taking it very seriously. We've only had one, we will only have had one in-person meeting when this is all over. And the one meeting we had was in Hamburg in January, and we all traveled there by train and boat and whatnot to get there. And the whole thing actually happened in the first place because back in 2018 or so, we invited a cellist to come and perform for us from Sweden, and he, who was one of the partners, said to us at the time, well, I'm going to come and play for you, but I'm going to come and travel by land and sea. And back then you didn't hear that much at all. It was kind of a new thing. We hardly knew what he was on about and realized, oh my God, he's actually trying to do something for the environment. But out of that, out of his lead, what happened? Now there's 5 countries working together on this. So the power that is there is certainly, it's huge power. So by doing, by leading by what you do, you can really bring about change. And I think our program is going to believe it's going to bring about change, and it also has. And here comes the audience. As part of that trip to Hamburg, we thought, well, if we're traveling around Europe, we might as well hit a few tour operators. We do need audiences from abroad to make this work. And we told them all, we've come here by train and by boat and so on, and we're trying to do this festival, and it's going to be fabulous and, you know, top quality music, blah, blah, blah. But there is this sustainability part to it, and, you know, would you consider bringing your group by land and sea?
Yeah.
And we have had commitments by some of them, so that's what I'm saying, like, we weren't even expecting it in a way, but there's actually tourist operators out there thinking, maybe I could put my group of people on a train, and then when they're on the ferry, we'll play some music for them, and we'll get them over, and we'll make the whole thing part of it, the travel to it part of it. So there's a lot of power there, and I'll stop talking.
Yeah, it's a great example of the thing you said earlier about how, you know, it's through working together that these kinds of things will succeed. And that slightly counterintuitive thing that actually working collaboratively internationally is a great way to address some of these things. I'm going to go straight to the person here. Yep.
Hello. Yes, my name's Pip. I run Circular Solutions. I salvage tents and sleeping bags and all that kit at festivals. And I'm just interested in saying about working together, because there are certain events that have been very supportive and help us do our work. And, you know, and then you have like the biggest event in Ireland for the salvaging is Electric Picnic. And they used to give us access, and since lately they don't, all I'm getting is blanks to my emails, so we have to go in at night time and take out stuff. And the owner of the event, I've emailed the Irish Times about this, I've sent pictures of the big claws coming, I've gone into the council office in Laois, I've looked at the waste development plans, it says everyone will be separated on site. Melvin Ben, who owns EP, is saying to the press, don't worry, your sleeping bags and tents will be, if you leave it behind, it'll be recycled, which is more greenwash, which encourages more stuff left behind. There's not hundreds of tents there, there's thousands of tents every year. And I'm only just taking a little drop in the ocean of it all. So
yeah.
whenever you have, and then you see the Irish Times is sponsoring Electric Picnic. So of course I'm not going to print, I've got pictures of a big claw taking out all these tents, which is supposed to be divided on site and put into an Arctic to go after an incinerator. They broke the incinerator in 2019 from the amount of chairs they put into it.
Yeah.
So
I don't want to necessarily
get into
Electric Picnic when they're not here. But I do think it's, I mean, the point you're making is extremely important for all of us. And we heard about it with Burning Man earlier today as well, which is that these festivals, they don't just have a carbon footprint, they have all sorts of other footprints as well. So Marin, you talked about this, that, you know, an island of, what did you say, 4,000 people suddenly has 50,000 people descending on it. So just in practical steps, do you make them take the rubbish away with them? What do you do to deal with the kind of things we're talking about here? And again, festivals that leave behind large amounts of tents and sleeping bags is a good example of that as well.
I don't know if I'm the right person to answer, because if you compare us to a music festival that has its own campsite, that's not how we do it, because we are not providing how do you say, we are not providing camping, because our audience is booking existing accommodation or existing hotels, or booking a place on an existing campsite that is already on the island itself. But I think that by not printing anymore, there's already a big change happening. So in how people leave their rubbish. So of course we have some ground rules that we are communicating with our audience, like leave this place clean because we all want to enjoy this festival next year again on this island. There are also no borders or fences around the festival, because it's all over the island itself, within the living areas also of local inhabitants. Things like we don't sell any how do you call it, bottled water, things like that, because we enthusiast our audience to bring their own bottle with them, because we have water tap points, things like that. We don't sell our beer in plastic, because we are the only festival in the Netherlands who are allowed to put the beer in normal beer glasses. So there are some basic things like that. We know these kind of examples of festivals in the Netherlands where they have to clean up a whole campsite with plastic rubbish, broken tents and things like that. But this is not something that happens on Terschelling. Luckily, we are very lucky.
I think it's a great example, though, of how, you know, national guidelines can really help here, because if it was the same whether you were going to, you know, a music festival or the Galway Arts Festival or whatever, then behaviour will change accordingly, I think. Have we, yeah, at the back there, do you want to just wait for the mic?
Hello, my name's Dee Burkitt. I'm from Circus 250. We're based in Mayo, and we run a festival called Circus Science by the Sea, which is a circus and the environment festival. I think it's the only one in Europe. I hope there are more, but we haven't come across another one yet. And just a couple of things that I think we've learned. We were just starting out. A couple of things that we've learned. First of all, is we don't see any division really between our performances and our artists and our commitment to the landscape and environment in which those artists perform. So a simple example would be that we have a clown show about plastic pollution, but we also then, accompanying the performance, we expect the clowns to do a clown-led clean-up of our beaches. So it's sort of, everybody is at the festival is both an artist and an activist, because we don't see a division between those two things. And I think the second thing we've learned is that obviously it's a circus festival, so we have artists performing, but we also, in every single performance, we somehow integrate an environmental group, from seal rescue to National Beekeeping Association, or everything, so that there is always not only the artist, but the environmental sector also leading, so that, and that also means that our audiences are far broader, because they're not just coming to look at art, they're coming because they're interested in the environment. Interestingly, of course, our festival is not funded by the Arts Council, it's funded by Science Foundation Ireland, and that, I think, is an ongoing problem, that the more, in a sense, we commit to our environmental actions, that we need to convince funders that that's still art, and that it's not science and something else going on. So I think that's, we get most of our funding as a result from science pots, because pots that fund the arts think that as soon as you have the environment in there, you're too sciencey.
Yeah,
just a comment.
I mean, it is something that we talk about in the university as well, is that a lot of science funding often involves artists who basically come in at the end to do kind of communication of the thing in some way. And we've been really trying to push for the idea that artists have to be involved in that from the start, and they're part of the design of it. And that whole boundary that you're describing between science and the arts is something that I think we don't necessarily need. But it illustrates, though, the example we've just heard, the value of partnerships and of bringing in a variety of different people. Again, this is something that Creative Carbon Scotland does a lot as well.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing these great examples. I think it's really important to bridge that gap between, the arts and science, especially when sometimes science is quite difficult to communicate to different audiences. And also to inform artists in terms of what does it mean, climate change, environmental sustainability, and for them to inform their work and their practices. Sorry, I lost a little bit.
Yeah, just partnerships in general.
Yeah, and partnerships in general. And just maybe if I can come back to the first thing that was shared about travel. Again, thank you for sharing the stories. I think festivals are as well a great place for telling people about these new ways of traveling, of doing things. And actually challenge what you were saying earlier, that we want people to go on planes and come to our festivals, and that's the whole tourism industry. I think if we look back 50 years ago, it wasn't the same. The audiences were different and they were more localized. And I think we need to go back to this more local audience. How do we reach to not necessarily people that are not in Ireland? How do we reach out to people here? To connect more with, especially that's something I see in Edinburgh. Is you have many festivals, and we have the international festival, for instance, and many people coming from all over the world. But people in Edinburgh sometimes are a bit fed up with all so many people in Edinburgh in August. I think it's twice the capacity of the city during August. So how do we rethink as well the way we, what type of arts we promote and who are we trying to reach out to? And maybe we need to be a bit more local, and we need to rethink as well the way we work with artists. Maybe it's artists who will travel more slowly and we need to support that. Or there are different ways as well of doing things. We've started to see artists that instead of, they might have a theatre show, instead of traveling to another place, they will train people from online training, so they're able to rehearse and play the play as well, or the different types of arts. So many different ways we can present our festivals, and I think we need to really challenge maybe the way we currently do things and maybe do different things.
Yeah. It's a great example of how some of the advocacy we could do around tourism is saying that tourism doesn't have to be international tourism. And so, during the pandemic, we had this awful word staycation, as if going on holiday to somewhere like Wexford or West Cork was a hardship, and it wasn't at all, or coming to Galway. And John, how have you seen that in the festival? About are there changing patterns of people's willingness to travel internationally? Are you seeing tourism changing with the climate crisis?
Well, obviously international numbers were down last year. It is a challenge. Like if you want to get bigger, and I'd say specifically if you're on the West Coast, then you need people to travel. That was the Arts Festival was always about that. Like half our audience is local, another half is split between the rest of the country, approximately 27%, and then international 23%. So it is a challenge, and going forward, it is going to be a big challenge, and like we have international in our name now, so it is. What I would say about it is that we're more focused on that now and how to address that. But we're not alone. This is going to be a problem for every bigger festival or any major tourist attraction as it happens. On the plus side, what I would say about coming to festivals, and I think for every festival, regardless of size, is festival attendees, I think when they arrive, they kind of go on holidays in their head to a certain degree. And it does present a great opportunity to bring up things around sustainability, and it's a great opportunity as well to make them think about sustainability and look at their own behaviours around it, because they're more relaxed, they're more open, and anybody who comes to a festival is willing to engage, and I think that is a big plus. So wherever your audience comes from, there is that opportunity as well to say, look, we think you should be thinking about this as well.
Yeah, that's great. Now, I'm keeping an eye on the time, but we do have time for a couple more questions, if anybody, or comments, if anyone wants to come in. Yeah.
I just have a question, sorry, I can't remember, about the Island Festival.
Mhm.
I'm just curious to why you hold the festival on such a small island in a nature reserve, you know, sort of like willingly inviting 50,000 people into a protected area, and that I think a lot of wild areas in the world actually need to be left alone in order to heal. So I'm just really curious, is it a tourism, you know, does the island really heavily rely on tourism, and, you know, that helps the island to survive? So yeah, that was my initial thoughts, was why would you invite 50,000 people to
Did you get that question okay, Maureen? Just making sure.
Yes,
you
yes,
okay,
yes,
yeah.
yeah. It's very interesting. We ask that question ourselves sometimes. Maybe I think in the beginning of this panel discussion, I already mentioned that the festival is already 40 years old. It started in the streets with street theater, and it grew bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And the reason that it started 40 years ago was to lengthen up the touristic year. Because if Terschelling doesn't have, the island is called Terschelling. Yes, I know it's a very Dutch pronunciation. But the island, if the island doesn't have tourism, then we can't live here. And so we are completely, we need the tourism. The festival grew in this more than 40 years. And we became one of the biggest festivals in the Netherlands that are funded by the government, funded by different funding organizations, with the assignment to also be an international festival. So there are some difficult breaking points there, because we want to be sustainable, but you have to bring a lot of people also to the island, also international. And then the second question, why in the hell are you organizing a festival in a nature reserve with 50,000 audiences? And we have a very difficult ecological, it's not our ecological compass, but it's an ecological report that is made by an ecologist to make sure that the places that we are showing a theater performance or art are actually able to do it on that place because of the natural setting. And this is a very delicate search every year again, because we have now, I think we have 27 theater performances, and then we have 12 art projects presenting. And then, of course, a whole other things that are happening in the villages and happening on the street and happening on the festival terrain. We have one of the biggest beaches of the Netherlands. It's almost 30 kilometers of beach. So we have this very delicate report of where we are able to do something and where not to. And at this point, for example, we have a hawk breeding in the forest on one of the locations, and it's being very aggressive. Also very aggressive to people because she is protecting her nest. And because of this delicate system that has been developed together with the, I know that in the UK it's called the Forestry Commission, like a similar organization we have here in the Netherlands. And we have a very good collaboration with them in searching in what we are able to do and what we are not able to do. So if there's a bird having a nest, or there is a lizard, or a little plant called an orchid that is very vulnerable on the island, then we change the location. We change the group into another location. And the reason why we do this is because we also believe that If we bring arts in a very vulnerable but very important landscape, we also believe that we can make people see that we need to take care of that landscape. So it's also about showing beauty, showing the importance of being in nature, getting to know nature, because a lot of the projects are about are also including information about the location itself. So it's also about sharing knowledge, about being very careful with each other with this nature. And I think it's a little bit difficult to explain it like this, but if you look at the map of Terschelling, there are just like little post stamps of locations where we are able to do something. And I think that from the 80% of nature reserve on the island, only 5% of that is used by us for the festival. So the other 75 is being left alone, and you are not able to come there. So it's
it's tricky. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
we see it all over the world, where, I mean, we know that many of the places on the planet that are most dependent on tourism are also the places that are most at risk from rising sea levels. So that, you know, it is always this kind of Faustian pact almost, where yes, we're bringing people to these places, and the hope is, as you said, that, you know, you're also teaching people to be more appreciative, to understand non-human living beings better, and to be okay with the idea that, yeah, you don't do the show if there's a bird looking after its nest. I think we have time for one question just over here, and we'll probably have to finish in the near future then. Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? Josh Beckall, because we're voting over Galway. Very welcome to Galway, everybody. My name is Seamus Hughes. I'm an actor, a creator, and a director here based in Galway. Just regarding festivals or conferences and stuff like that, obviously everyone wants them to grow. It's important, you know, for whatever your mission is. Would there not be an onus, or should there not be an onus then to leave something? Say, for example, it's impossible to completely offset travel. What about some sort of a carbon credit, if you will? For example, a percentage of accommodation, just a coupon for the city, or you know, some sort of a tiny fee that would go into a pot to leave something tangible, say a rewilding project, or something like that, so that when, after these 50,000 people or whoever it is leave, that there can be something that has now been worked on by, say, another group that leaves something actually tangible for the area that you've come to.
There must be examples of that you can give us, Rami, are there?
Yeah. So is the question...
Well, the question is, are you aware of any initiatives like that? Is that something that maybe would be a model going forward?
So what I'm thinking of is more like maybe insetting rather than offsetting. So offsetting will refer to projects you might put money in to offset the emissions that your festival has emitted. Insetting is money you would put in maybe projects that would reduce the environmental impact of your festival, and maybe the community around that can live beyond the event, beyond the festival. One example I have in mind is, it's not a festival, but it's a sort of multi-art venue in Glasgow that now has a community garden as well that is being, you know, and they grow food there, and it's all year long. That's one example. And they've started to plant trees. Actually, they've done that at COP26. They hosted one event for, I think it was the New York Times. And they wanted the event, which was indoor, to have trees, etc. So it was really beautiful. Imagine trees all over here. And then they kept the trees and they planted them in the garden, and the trees are still growing today. That's one example.
So, yeah, we are heading to the end now at this point, because in a moment Carla is going to come back on stage and tell you all where you need to go next. So we do need to wrap things up. But I mean, I hope you found that useful in terms of practical or pragmatic steps that we can take. I think what I've kind of taken away from it is that there's plenty of learning out there that we can do. It's important to take small steps, not feel like we have to get it all right instantly, and sort of be kind to each other as we try and, you know, grapple with this as best we can. It doesn't mean we can't have urgency, but we do need to give each other a break as well, I think. So I want to say to Rami, I want to say thank you for traveling. To Marin, I want to say thank you for not traveling.
Travel slowly, not
traveling slowly, yes indeed. You got the train and the boat.
I got the bus and then the ferry and then the bus and another bus.
Okay, and as we all know in Ireland, that is genuinely slow traveling. So, yeah, and thanks also to John for joining us as well. John has his festival launch next week as well, so we wish him all the very best with that.
Thank you.
Thank you to our three speakers, and I'll invite Carl on now as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Romain. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Romain. Thank you, John. Thank you, Marion. Thank you so much. I'm now going to move us on to the next session. So the next session here in the auditorium is called the information sessions. But some of you may be attending sidebars, which are at 3:15. So if you are, sidebar 1 is in the studio, and it's the Safe to Create sidebar. And sidebar 2 is upstairs in the bar, and that's Arts and Disability Ireland. So if you're in a sidebar session, can you leave the auditorium now, find your sidebar? The ushers will guide you, and we'll just have a couple of minutes for a turnaround. Thank you. yes, I am. Hang on, let me bring up the right thing. Just let me know when all the guys should. Yes, I think I'm okay. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, brilliant. Good afternoon. So the next session is the information sessions. So these are 3 presentations which are from organisations, including the Arts Council, whose work is of relevance to the festival sector. So I'm going to introduce Anne Rakow from Quality Matters, Monica Corcoran from the Arts Council from the Strategic Development Department, Dr. Lucy Collins and Ursula Byrne from UCD and the Irish Arts Festival Archive, and John Carty from the Atlantic Technological University and the event educators, the event management educators, and they're going to give 3 separate presentations. So if you'd welcome to the stage, thanks very much. We invite our speakers. Thank you.
I'll wait here.
You go first.
Brilliant. Great. Hi, everyone. I'm, as Carl said, Monica Corcoran. I work in strategic development at the Arts Council, and measurement and evaluation is one of my areas of responsibility. And I'm here with my colleague Anne Rakow, who is a senior consultant at Quality Matters, a non-profit organisation specialising in social impact measurement. And we're going to talk to you about impact and outcomes measurement in the arts and a specific impact measurement initiative that's currently underway with festivals. So apologies, I think we're going to have to change the slides here. That's from the later workshop that we're going to have this afternoon. So it's the one that's called Impact Measurement in Festivals. The set of slides. I can tell you what I'm going to be doing anyway in that first slide. I'm going to first give you some background on the Arts Council's journey into the area of social impact measurement, and also offer some wider policy context for us advancing this model. Okay? That's no problem. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hi, I'm Ursula Byrne from University College Dublin. I work in the library, and my colleague and I, Lucy Collins from the School of English Drama and Film in UCD, are going to talk a little bit about the Irish Arts Festivals Archive. This archive was launched in 2020 at the previous Makers Festival conference. And the purpose of the archive is to preserve the legacy throughout the island of Ireland of festivals of all different forms. The archive holds contemporary festival archives, but also archives of festivals that have ceased. In the library, we curate the material and we maintain the collections in a secure environment. So we're very aware that there's, opportunities to collect important, valuable cultural heritage material that is in the archives of the festivals. And the Festivals Archive brings that material together and ensures that it is preserved. But also the archive, and working in UCD, it provides a single study destination for studies for teachers and for researchers. So why is it needed? A lot of the materials that go together to form the festival archives, so that material would include applications, posters, minutes of meetings. It's fragile material that's often held in multiple locations, and it can be damaged and lost over time. And so what the archive does is it brings together the collections that may be in people's garages or in people's domestic environments, or in temporary storage, and it brings it together into a secure location where we can preserve that material. Like I was saying, we also hold the history of discontinued festivals. The material in festival archives captures the stories of the archives. And this morning in Kim Cook's presentation about Burning Man, she talked about the legacies and the stories. And as library professionals, we think about 50 and 60 and 70 years ahead, and looking back at our festival history, how are we going to know what those stories are if we don't carefully collect them and curate them? So arts festivals are key platforms for cultural expression and creative output, and they contribute in many ways to the communities. And so the festival archive shows up those different strands of contribution to the area. So that could be in terms of financial contribution, it could be the donors to the festivals, it could be the institutions who have provided funding for the festival, it can be the volunteer community. But as I was saying, as festivals change over time and different committees become involved in working on the festival, those stories are lost as different community members come and become involved in the festivals, and as festivals change with different circumstances. So the Festival Archive holds, as I was saying, posters, promotional materials, strategic plans, correspondence, that type of material, and it's a mix of paper and digital material. So far we're holding 5 festival archives. There's 2 extra ones. So the 5 we hold are the Clifton Patrick's Festival, Ennis Street Festival, the Carlow Arts Festival, Féile Baltana and Strokestown. And Terry Glass and the Banjo Festival are going to be deposited very, very soon. And there's conversations with other festival organisations. We find that it takes about a year or 18 months to have those conversations and for festivals to organise the materials and to discuss depositing the materials. So as well as collecting the festival's archives, we've been doing other work in IAFA. We have a bibliography on our website which provides lists of articles about festivals in Ireland, often information that's difficult to find. So it's an easy place to gather that material. And we welcome opportunities for additional information that we could put in that bibliography if anybody wants to give it to us. We also have an oral history series where we conduct interviews with festival makers who've committed to putting their archives into the archive in UCD. And that's the green publication there at Strokestown is that example. And that initiative has been led by Dr. David Tevan. And in actual fact, David has been pivotal to developing the whole vision for the archive. And I just want to acknowledge that. There's a new publication that we're beginning to develop as well called Festival Notes. And we found after we had done the Féile Baltana oral history interview that Edo Coulon got in touch with us to say that his brother Thaig had been involved in the festival and he had died very tragically in 2004 as a very young adult. And Aid wrote a touching remembrance of his brother, and we took that opportunity to actually talk to him a bit more and to publish that as festival notes. And it adds another layer of storytelling because the festivals are community endeavours, and many people have many stories. So it gives us an opportunity to gather more of the stories that are in the archive. So we have a website. This is just a screen grab from it. And you can see on the right-hand side is the festivals that are coming into the archive. So not only do we gather that material in those publications, we also profile the festivals that we are holding in the archive. And over time, this will build into quite a substantial collection. The publications are put into the institutional repository in UCD, and the benefit of this is that there's two things. First of all, they're preserved, those publications, as well in that institutional repository, but also we can see who's looking at those publications from around the world. And this example is from the St. Patrick's Festival oral interview. And there's been 147 views and 30 downloads of this paper already. And you can see the green countries, and there's various shades of green there. You can see the countries around the world that have actually engaged with it. So it's had 46 views from America, 59 in Ireland, 16 in Germany, 8 in China, 1 in Indonesia, 2 in Sweden, and 1 in France. So there's quite a lot of interest in this material.
Thanks, Ursula. I'm going to talk a little bit, because my background is in teaching and research, so I'm going to talk a little bit, I suppose, about the why of this collecting from our point of view, as you know, in the classroom and in the research context. So in UCD, we have a very vibrant collection of students, both at BA and at MA level, and also at PhD level, working in a wide range of areas, stretching from cultural policy, performance studies, theatre studies, through to the more traditional literature degrees, music degrees, and so on. And one of the really interesting things about the process of collecting festival archives is that we learn a lot from the curation process. And that, in a sense, is the curation of the festival in the first place, but also the curation of its archive as it comes into us. So originally, I suppose, we were thinking a little bit simply about the content of the festival archive materials, so thinking about resources like photographs, digital materials, recordings, for example, as well as the paper archive. But as we've learned more about festivals, I'm inclined to think a bit more about what we can teach and learn about that whole process of community arts and the relationship between expertise and artistic production in particular areas, and how that moves out into a community, and how that is a two-way process, if you like. So I think in gathering the festival archives we've already managed and been lucky enough to be granted, we've learned a lot from that process itself. So as far as our students are concerned, one of the things that the festival materials enable them to think about is, first of all, the contemporary landscape of culture and performance in Ireland. So, you know, they get a really detailed sense of that through these archives. But also they get a sense of some of the more unexpected elements, perhaps, of and the challenges involved in festival production too. And of course, because many of the festivals that we're interested in are festivals that might have a long history and that run every year, they're really important expressions, I suppose, of the evolution of a culture and the evolution of Irish society in different geographical areas and different contexts. So they're really interesting kind of sets of social documents, I suppose, for us as well. They also give a very broad access to students into the participative arts and into different art forms. So instead of, you know, the kind of perhaps more traditional view of the university as thinking about sort of canon formation, you know, thinking about artists that are already very much established, instead this gives an insight into artists in formation and collaborations in formation as well. So just to say a little bit more about the kinds of students that can engage, I suppose, with these materials, because they span different particular contexts, both in terms of smaller festivals, but also in terms of much larger ones. We also are interested in festivals that are centred around a particular art form, as well as those that span art forms. So they enable us to think about connections between art forms, and they enable us to teach that, or to have students learn and engage with that process more directly, so that we get both the kind of microcosm, I suppose, of the performative elements, as well as those larger structures. And it's interesting as well, we have, for example, a module on public humanities where students engage directly with different institutions, mainly Dublin-based at the moment. But this kind of material does give a richness to that kind of teaching, and enables their learning as well to span what's going on right now to historical material as well, so they can connect up those traditions. So just to say briefly, in the research context and in the teaching context, UCD is part of the Creative Futures Academy, which is a collaboration between UCD, NCAD and IADT. So 3 Dublin-based universities, but 2 NCAD and IDT are obviously very involved in studio practice and in practical arts dimensions, whereas obviously UCD has a bit more of a kind of a theoretical background. But that particular collaboration has been really formative for us in thinking about the kind of variety that the festival archives bring to our teaching and our research. So it's enabled us as well to think and to work with colleagues in other institutions. So in a sense, while the archive is held in UCD, it enables us to kind of move out beyond the confines of our campus and to think about creativity as a form of research, as well as its direct use in the classroom.
I think we're nearly out of time, so I'll move that on to just the final slide. We'd welcome opportunities to talk to festival makers about what are you doing with your archive. It's not that you would be obliged to house it in UCD, but to talk about the preservation and the value of the material and what material to collect. And we're very grateful for the opportunity to work with the festivals who've already worked with us. So please do get in touch, and we'll be here later outside, and we'll be here tomorrow as well. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much for that. It was really, really interesting to hear how the archive has developed since the last time we met, which was in Limerick in 2020. And also some of the conversations we've been having this morning outside of the auditorium have been about the partnerships that have established with universities in support of festivals. So just like to thank you for all your hard work and all the universities that we've partnered with, including the University of Galway. So in that vein, I'm going to hand over to John, who is going to tell us a little bit about how the technical colleges and the affiliate universities are in support of festivals in other work that they're doing with students. So John, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carol, and thank you to the Arts Council for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm going to start with a question. Can put your hands up, a show of hands please, for those that feel they need more acronyms in their life. Anyone need more acronyms? I'm surprised, I think I see one hand, and I'm surprised even one hand. But that's my only job here today. I've been nominated or voluntold by my colleagues in the Event Management Educators Ireland group to raise awareness around who EMEI are and what we do. So I'm going to take a little short journey around the country because we're an All-Ireland body. We're a membership, we're not even members, we're a group of people that have got together. So I'll share that story with you, and I'll try to do it in the theme of the conference, which again is about evolution, adaptation and celebration. So on the screen here behind me you'll see, and I should have said my name is John Carty, yeah, as Carol said. I work in the Atlantic Technological University, the college formerly known as GMIT, but again, as you'll see in a few moments, I'm part of a larger network that I'll talk to you about. So the evolution of this group and what we stand for, what we do, it's developing synergies between educators teaching and researching in the festival and event management studies area, and developing collaborative links with the wider festival and event sector. I was talking to some of my colleagues from the other universities this morning, and they've been running courses for over 20 years. So a lot of you will know of us as individual institutions. Some of you may have heard of EMEI, and again, that link on the first slide will be repeated on the last slide. It'll bring you to our LinkedIn page, which we're using for communication purposes. But as a group, we've come together. You can see there's 9 higher education institutes across the island of Ireland, and it really came out of, I suppose, COVID to an extent. First meeting was held in June of 2020, and to explain, I suppose, with the adaptation theme of the conference as well, we've changed a lot since then. I only joined about 18 months ago with ATU, but other colleagues are coming and joining all the time. the map there represents who we are, where we're coming from, and we have 3 groups that we work in. We have strategy, partnerships, and teaching and learning and research. So I'll share some insights to those as I go through the rest of the presentation. In terms of what we offer, and I suppose what we're really here to tell you today is that we're here to support you, the organisers of festivals and events, to support the artists and also to support your audiences. And the best way to do that is to show you some of the celebrations, again keeping in line with the theme of success stories that have happened in the past, and I'll share them over the next few slides. The map there indicates the 9 different higher education institutes, but it also indicates the placements, which is one element of what we have to offer and how we can support and make a positive impact to make festivals and events happen. So we're going to begin our tour around the country. We're going to meet some of the different institutes, and we're also going to meet some of the students and graduates and staff members. I'd like to introduce in the room here as well, I have 3 colleagues representing 3 different universities. We have Sarah Jane is here from TUS, which is the Limerick campus. Fergus is here from the Tralee campus of MTU, and Bernadette is here from TU Dublin. Again, they'll be here, and I will be over the rest of the afternoon. Tomorrow we have a stand outside as well. Please come and talk to us. But the main message is know who we are, know what we do, and link up with us wherever you are in the country, because there's great opportunities for a win-win situation for us to help you and for you to help us as well. So the first example we'll start with is Technological University of the Shannon. Again, Sarah Jane is here. They're running those courses, this event management course, for 20 years. But the example we have on the screen here is Amy, and her placement was with here a local festival we just heard from John earlier, the Galway International Arts Festival. Started as a volunteer coordinator, and then the next year, to show the progress that these students make, she went on to work with Machnas as a spectacle and street performance group here in Galway, but also with the Bram Stoker Festival in Dublin as well. Another example from Limerick and from a more recent class, Emma did her work placement with the Limerick City and County Council, and within that she was working with the Cultural and Arts Office. She's a nice example. What I like about this example, it shows the progression of students within the undergraduate to the postgraduate level. Emma's just due to complete her PhD in this area in June 2023, so next month, and her topic is researching event attendees' perceptions of risk through a semiotic analysis. So again, constantly adding to the body of knowledge, information that some of the questions that have been posed all morning of the different speakers, these questions are being probed and being teased out by our students, by our graduates, and by our postgraduate students as well. So lots of good information being learned out there. We'll continue the journey across to the east of the country to Dublin and Technological University Dublin. I mentioned Bernadette is here and Enya is here. She's going to, I'll mention her project in a moment. But they are really leaders in this area, and they have been for many years. I was lucky enough to have worked there a couple of years ago as well myself. And what they're doing is phenomenal from a teaching and learning perspective. And what they're doing in that space is, all the guest lectures that they organise, the field trips. They work very closely with festivals and events to collaborate on assessments and thesis at different levels. They have honours degree at level 8, postgraduate qualifications with masters at level 9, but also the PhD route. And one of those is featured on that slide there. Danielle Lynch, working with St. Patrick's Festival, and again her work is looking at to what extent does place influence festival making practices in Ireland. And as part of her PhD case studies, she's looking at the Five Lamps Arts Festival in Dublin and the Imagine Arts Festival in Waterford. So again, some of those you've heard about already today. As part of their course in first year, they have to work with the volunteering experience. And again, that's something that they work closely, obviously, with all the festivals in Dublin, but also further afield. And they have also a longer work placement available, which again, Danielle, I think, completed in St. Patrick's Festival. We're moving then, we're still with TU Dublin. They've done some really great work at this postgraduate level with these 3 projects. The SEEK project, and there's links available to all of these. This was, some of you were probably involved with this because they interviewed arts festivals and events using material to create open access teaching resources, including case studies, podcasts and infographics. And as an educator here in the west of Ireland, we've been able to leverage and use that content. But again, it's for practitioners like you. There's lots of resources and availability of information there. FestSpace, again, looked at festivals, events and inclusive urban public spaces. They researched festivals in Dublin. But again, showing the international impact of the research, they did comparative analysis and collaborative work with Glasgow, London, Barcelona and Gothenburg. And again, as a participant in some of the workshops that they've presented their findings, and I've read some of the publications since, it really highlights for me how much we're punching above our weight in terms of our contributions, not just to the academic world, but also to the creative and cultural industries. And again, it's to be celebrated, which is why this conference is great. The project, the FADE project, again, Anya's out in the lobby with a QR code to her research, and she's speaking later on in the information sessions, so I won't steal her thunder, but that's investigating the use of digital technology among arts festivals in Ireland. And again, there's a handle there for you to follow. We're moving just slightly south from Dublin down to Dunleary, the Institute of Art and Design and Technology, just mentioned by the previous speakers. And I suppose this is bringing us into the space very much specifically looking at arts management. So outside of the traditional event management that we teach, but recognising that connection and that constant consistency between event management and the arts, and how there's a symbiotic relationship and rely on each other. So Helena is currently working as a partnership manager with POD, but she's previously worked at a range of festivals in Ireland and abroad with a wide range of roles. Emma, from 2009, graduated from that course as well, and she has an extensive background, again, here in Ireland, but also abroad. And the final two bullets, I know I'm going quickly through it, just want to make up time, but she has been nominated as a Best Event Manager, and also has founded her own company, Aspire. And I suppose it's just great to see. I've met 3 graduates this morning already, one from 13 years ago, so John is here helping out, and I met Julianne as well. These are graduates from when I taught them, when I started in ATU first. And again, they've gone on to forge their own careers, setting up their own companies, similar to Emma as well. So it's lovely to see those success stories. Fergus, as I mentioned, is here from MTU, the Kerry campus in Tralee, and he shared 2 great stories of graduates very recently. Just from last year, Ali, from the event management programme that they have, she's working with Blas na HÉireann at the Irish Food Awards in Dingle, and she's got the role of events executive. When we started our courses, I suppose 20 years ago and further back, these positions didn't necessarily exist, but again, it's testament to the professionalism of the industry that they've taken on board and created these roles that again we're able to help fulfil. Caitlin from the same class is working with Listowel Writers Festival, again in the same role as events executive. Up to Dundalk Institute of Technology, and a placement student here, Rachel, did her placement with Unthawn Art Centre in Dundalk. And to show how, I suppose, a lot of these people that get experience in the art sectors, they move into other roles, such as Rachel, in this case, is Assistant Regional Development Executive with Enterprise Ireland. But again, the value of you working with us and giving our students the access to your arts, creative, cultural industries, they bring that knowledge, they bring that awareness with them wherever they go later in life. And again, I think that's something that we can look at the long-term benefits of that as well. Coming back more closer to home, and again, the University of Galway has many formal partnerships with this event, but also with arts organisations all over Ireland and beyond, the Abbey Theatre, Galway International Arts Festival, Druid, the Gate Theatre, and so on. In 2014, they established this programme, the BA in Drama and Theatre Studies, and 2 nice examples of graduates from this course, from the first cohort of students, and some of you will visit this venue tomorrow. Those graduates are very much active in the industry, having worked back in the venues where they would have studied, with the very technical skills and expertise that they honed through those courses to support the industry. Michael, similarly from that same cohort, again has travelled all over the world, as you can see, and has been able to forge out a career thanks to, I suppose, the education, but mostly thanks to the partnerships that our courses offer and the engagement we get from and with industry. To our own college then, and ATU Galway, we have a 4-year degree in event management with public relations, and similar to other colleges, we require our students to get hours of experience, particularly in first year. And again, that's something that is a great opportunity for you to leverage, to use those, I don't say use, that's the wrong word, to work with our students, to give them an experience, and again, for it to be a win-win situation. In our college, we have 30-week work experience that it takes place after second year. So again, Karen allowed me, I saw her at the back of the room a moment ago. Karen is working with Milestone Inventive. So she did a 30-week work placement with them from June to December of last year, and she's finished college last week, so she thought she wouldn't have to see me again for a while, but she has her exams next week, and then she's taken on a role with Milestone Inventive. So again, that continuity and that success that can come out of those work placements. We have students working in a variety of different roles. Claude is just back from the Errigal Arts Festival. She did 30 weeks there. We've had students, Julianne, who I mentioned, has worked with Barbaro, among others. And I liked to mention the other organisations, the support organisations, for want of a better term, the likes of Arcana, MCD, who have taken students in the past, and Milestone Inventive, who I've mentioned. Also, Colin Croffey, I was talking to Colin from IFA outside earlier. Again, they've taken students on work placement and supported our students with guest lectures and organising and hosting conferences as well. So we get an awful lot from our industry partners, and we try to return that where possible. One example, just closer to home again, 2 weeks ago we had 120 students present a number of suggestions to the Galway International Arts Festival. So we started working with John and Hilary back in January. We asked them for some ideas of challenges for them and other arts festivals, and they came up with a number of challenges around marketing, fan engagement, sustainability, and sponsorship and activation. So again, we were able to present those ideas to the Arts Festival 2 weeks ago, a real-life industry-led example of a collaboration that again benefited everybody, and hopefully some of those ideas might have impact for the Arts Festival. So just in summary, and again, the one job I had was to make you know what EMEI is, who we are. What I ask of you is to connect with us. You can scan the code on the last slide, but equally we have a banner outside. Email us at our own institutions, but equally we have a generic email address that Sarah Jane manages very well. We have a LinkedIn page. That's what we use to communicate our brochure, which is available in the pack as well. The opportunities for collaboration are education, the work experiences, the work placements I've mentioned, professional internships and volunteering, but also research. And again, we've seen examples of that through the previous slides, whether that's at undergraduate, postgraduate or staff level. Collaborative funding and training are great opportunities for us to work with, and again, we'll be delighted to work with you. The banner is there, the link is there, and the QR code is there. And one final point, just based on the last discussions that were held around climate change, we just had a student, an ATU student in Sligo, published last year the first Irish carbon footprint of Irish tourism. And again, whilst there's a lot of negativity around that area, it actually shows quite positive findings, and it gives us a baseline to, that saying that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. We've measured it. Fáilte Ireland have taken that on board. The Sustainable Tourism Working Group for the government have taken our benchmark of the carbon footprint of Irish tourism, and we're not as bad as maybe some people think. But that's just a positive note maybe to end on. Thanks again for the opportunity, Carol and the Arts Council, and again look forward to engaging with you over the next few days. Thank you.
John, thanks very much. It's very useful to know the practical kind of links that can happen between colleges and festivals, but also the opportunity for research, which is an area which is burgeoning. It's nascent, but it's developing in festivals. And again, in that vein, I'm going to invite Monica Corcoran, who's my colleague from the Arts Council, to talk a little bit about how, as festivals, we can learn a little bit more about our practice, and we can drill down into the information that we have at our disposal. So, Monica, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, I'll move on. I've already mentioned that Anne will be joining me. I'm going to talk about impact measurement from festivals. I was going to give you some background first about the Arts Council's journey into this area of social impact measurement and give some wider policy context as well for advancing the model, both internally for ourselves, we want to do that as a learning organisation, and externally with the arts sector. And then Anne is going to give a brief overview of the model that we have developed and outline the specific new project we're working on with festivals. And I suppose above all, we really want to show you how valuable this model can be for you, both in reliably reflecting the change that happens as a result of what you do, and taking that learning and applying it to future plans you might have. And we're really delighted that there's going to be an additional sidebar event this afternoon, where Anne is going to explain a bit more about the whole toolkit and the support that we can offer you in using it. So social impact measurement, what is it? I suppose social impact is essentially about change, and social impact measurement is a highly effective way in which you can measure the change that happens as a result of the work that you do. And I suppose at its simplest and most technical, it's described as the process of measuring the intended and unintended changes or outcomes experienced by participants, taking into account what would have happened anyway, the contribution of others, and the length of time that the outcomes last. So this methodology, it's a really good way of measuring the positive benefits of your work that it has on both individuals and communities, and also deepening understanding of what works well. But it can have many other beneficial outcomes for your work as well, such as helping you recruit new artists or partners, increasing arts engagement and audiences, helping programmes with case making and raising funding, driving your decision making and supporting programme improvements, and inspiring innovation and problem solving, and also facilitating culture change in communities and in organisations. So this was an area that the Arts Council really wished to explore for many years, and when we published Making Great Art Work, our 10-year strategy in 2016, we indicated that we would be working to improve our work in the area of outcomes measurement. And this corresponded with us forming a more strategic partnership with our colleagues in local government to work more developmentally together in advancing common objectives for the arts. So in our published MOU, a framework for collaboration, we highlighted our shared beliefs in a statement of common purpose. So as well as the essential intrinsic value of the arts in themselves, we asserted that the arts also contributed directly to wider societal change, building cohesive communities and enhancing quality of life, as well as to more tangible areas such as local economic impact. And we were acutely aware that while we had many stories of impact and change all around the country, we still didn't have an actual sort of consistent body of evidence to show this. So we undertook a project with 3 local authorities and corresponding arts organisations in their areas to develop a new measurement framework for the arts that looked in a more rigorous way at the changes that were happening as the result of local arts initiatives being in place. And Quality Matters worked with us to facilitate that process, and this ultimately resulted in this bespoke guidebook and outcomes measurement framework for arts services and arts organisations. And the guidebook is designed to be a practical manual to enable arts organisations and projects to develop their own outcomes-focused approach. It aims to increase capacity to understand and communicate the value of the arts and the benefits they create for participants and communities, and to identify opportunities to improve the activities and increase the impact of the arts. And we published this guidebook on our website last year, and we now want to support people to use it as widely as possible. Quality Matters will be working with the Arts Council over the next few years to help us grow our own knowledge and understanding of this area and to support the wider arts sector in outcomes measurement. But in the first instance, we are working in a more dedicated way with festivals, and you may ask why this is. Well, first of all, I suppose it is the local dimension. The guidebook was developed very much in the context of arts interventions happening at local levels, and festivals, by their very nature, embedded as they are in localities, lend themselves very well to this model in a myriad of ways. For example, through providing opportunities for public participation through volunteering or enabling communities to curate and reflect their stories through arts practice, contributing to the development of local arts and cultural infrastructure, establishing civic and community partnerships, or indeed having significant local economic impact. Secondly, as agents of change, and I think in the first Festival Makers Conference in 2020 in Limerick, it explored the transformative power of festivals and their potential for societal impact. Arts Council policy acknowledges the role of festivals as leaders of change in their areas, reflecting and encouraging social and political discourse through arts and culture, and providing opportunities for equality, diversity and inclusion, or leading change through environmental actions, as we heard earlier, the earlier session. And finally, festivals are essentially about people and place, and can have a key role in areas like placemaking and community development, providing opportunities for social cohesion and inclusion, reinventing the use of the public realm and public space, and contributing to community well-being. And I suppose, excuse me, left something behind there. Yeah. What's really important is that all these factors very much accord with our spatial policy, place, space and people, where we have committed to adopting social impact measurement as a key metric for assessing the impact of arts in society today. And this commitment very much corresponds with a commitment in our festivals policy to research and develop qualitative measurement models and tools and sector-specific measurement tools, and particularly to develop capacity in the area of public engagement. So there's really good policy synchronicity there for focusing in the first instance on the work of festivals in further applying and developing this model. And finally, just a very quick reference to Ireland's new wellbeing framework, which is a cross-government initiative to help improve the understanding of quality of life and to measure the country's progression along different aspects of wellbeing. And the wellbeing framework includes a number of dimensions of well-being that capture the areas that matter most to people for a good quality of life, areas such as housing, skills, work, health and community, which also includes cultural participation and expression as key components of community well-being. So there's a real opportunity for all of us to demonstrate the powerful impact of the arts can have on national well-being by working together collectively to provide compelling evidence of the social value of arts and cultural participation and expression. And I'm going to hand over to Anne now, who's going to give you further details on the work we're doing.
Thanks, Monica. So I'll tell you guys now a little bit about what's in the guidebook, essentially. Raise your hand, actually, if anyone has downloaded it or looked through it by any chance. Okay. Oh, lovely. Okay, so there was at least 50 hands up. Maybe 5. Okay, but thanks so much for that, guys, because I really would encourage everyone to download it, take a look, and go through it. So I'll introduce briefly what's in it now, and then hopefully I'll see some of you guys at the sidebar as well. So the guidebook includes information on key concepts and techniques for outcome measurement, practical advice and guidance regarding implementation with some case studies and examples, and then there's a lot of templates and tools, really. We try to make it as simple and structured as possible for folks just starting out, maybe on their outcome measurement journey. So I also want to make sure to say, though, that the guidebook is structured and instructive in a way that you can apply it. So it tells you step by step what to do, but it's not intended to be prescriptive and tell you exactly what you have to measure or anything like that. So it's very flexible and adaptable to whatever it is that you're doing. It's a starting point, really. So to get people started, we worked with, as Monica said, 3 different pilot sites, as well as a lot of desktop research and looking through the Arts Council policies, which Monica referenced, around what were some of the primary outcomes that seemed to be the most relevant to the most number of arts organizations, so that there would be at least a few examples of outcomes that would be relevant to everyone. So for your groups, not all of your outcomes would be reflected. And similarly, not all of these outcomes included would necessarily be relevant to you, but for every organization, there's probably at least a couple in the guidebook to get you started. So these are the examples. There's 8 here of outcomes, and there's a few kind of sub-outcomes in there as well that might be relevant to you. And if you find that any of these make sense for your organization, in the framework, there are examples even specifically of questions that you could copy and paste and put into a survey. So we take it that detailed to make it that usable, I suppose, when you're just starting out. So if you want it to be that copy and paste, it's there for you, but it's not prescriptive and doesn't have to be. There's flexible ways to implement it. So I know we're running out of time, so I won't go too far into how it was made. I'm happy to talk about that in the sidebar later, or if you catch me outside. But I will say that it involved a festival as one of our pilot sites. So it was the Egsha Michael Hartnett down in Limerick, and they're all volunteer. So if they can do it, I think you guys can too. The 7 groups we'll be working with over the next 3 years are those up on the screen there, so I won't read them all just to save us time, but hopefully those names look familiar to you. So as we go over the next couple of years, feel free to pull them aside and ask them questions about how it's going. And if you're going through it on your own independently, these are the folks you might want to send an email to or ring, as well as myself and Monica, if you have questions that come up. So what are we going to do in the next 3 years with this second pilot? Because there was 3 pilot sites to create the original guidebook, and now we're piloting it again. So why are we doing that? We want to further pilot it to enhance the toolkit and the guidebook itself to be even more user-friendly. So any learning we get through the second round of piloting, specifically with festivals, that list of 8 outcomes might grow to, say, 20 outcomes. And the tools, the templates will continue to grow as well. Maybe there'll be some videos and things like that. So the learning from piloting it again, we're going to make it even more user-friendly and more able to be implemented in a self-guided approach is our ultimate goal, while simultaneously enhancing the capacity of festival teams to be able to undertake their own outcome measurement processes and be able to share their learning and experiences with you guys. So they'll be able to be ambassadors of impact measurement in the arts, as well as developing additional tools and resources as we go. So what is the pilot going to look like? We will, as you go through the guidebook, as many of you have, you'll see it's in stages, and each stage has a number of steps. So every pilot site will go through the entire guidebook, beginning to end, and implement every process. So each thing, they'll get a training on it, then they will get some mentoring and supports and some follow-on workshops. They will actually then go do each of those things, develop the logic model, collect the data, analyze the data, do a feedback loop and share their learning and maybe improve their programs. And then share all of that with you guys as well. Perhaps at the next festival, there may be a different type of seminar, but throughout it, we'll make sure that you're hearing about the progress and the lessons learned and using them as case studies. So if that piqued your interest, hopefully I'll see you guys in our sidebar at 4:30 in the studio, I believe, upstairs. But if you're already booked because it's such an amazing agenda, you couldn't come to everything, I understand. You can, well, all right, I added a link, but it's not on this set of slides. I must have done it after I sent it in. So there will be a newsletter, or I should say an email list, actually, that you can sign up for to get updates over the next 3 years. So when a new tool or resource is developed and thrown on the website, we'll send out an update on that email list. Or when there's going to be, say, a seminar or a presentation, we'll send it out to that email list. So if you want to keep up to date with what's going on with the guidebook, do sign up for that. So apologies that the link isn't up here, but these email addresses are. So feel free to email me or Monica, and we'll get you then the link to sign up for the fuller newsletter. Okay, great, thank you.
Just before we conclude, just like to thank all of our speakers today. Thank you so much to John and Ursula, Lucy, Anne and Monica. Thank you. Really appreciate you sharing very quickly a lot of information that we had to download. But presumably delegates can talk to you during the day and tomorrow, and there's also information in the e-packs, which you very kindly provided, which have the presentations. So it just remains for me to give you the next piece of information in relation to the timetable before we move on. So there is now a coffee break until 4:30, and then at 4:30 there will be another session in here called the Festival Bulletins, which is the sharing of information from the festival sector. So it's the festivals providing you information on updates, and there are some very interesting projects there. We have 9 speakers who are doing rapid-fire 5-minute presentations. So you're very welcome to come back to that at 4:30. As Anne mentioned, there is a sidebar which I think people are already booked into. So if you are, you'll be able to spend an hour with Anne and Monica to find out a little bit more about the impact measurement toolkit. And so we would now just ask you to take some time, speak to your colleagues, have a coffee and a break, and we shall see you at 4:30. So thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you.
there were a lot of...
Okay, Marianne. Okay. Go for it.
Ahoy Niushla, ladies and gentlemen, you're very, very welcome to the festival's bulletin session today. And I know you've all had your coffee and you're very excited to hear what's going to happen next. But we have 9 speakers here on stage with me who are going to speak. It was really important to us on the organising committee of this festival to really engage with what is going on in the sector and who is doing what, the inspirational projects that are out there. There was an open call, people came in and actually wanted to be part of this session, and it's great to see so many of you after such an inspirational day sticking it out to hear the next exciting part of what we're going to be talking about. So this is from within festivals. These are all festival makers doing the thing. Do it as you all are, and any one of you here in the audience, I'm sure, could be up here speaking about your projects, and hopefully what has been spoken about today will resonate with you, and maybe you will have opportunities later on to tease it out with people. If we have time, we will have a Q&A. We're a little bit later starting, and we will do our very best. Our speakers have been given 5 minutes to speak, so each, and I will be keeping to time, so excuse my little time warnings every so often, and forgive me in advance. And so my name is Marianne Kaneda. I am a lecturer in drama and theatre studies and one of the organising committee with the Arts Council and with this conference, and it has been an absolute pleasure working with Carl Wallace and his team, and all the work that's going on. There's an awful lot of swan-like movement and very frantic footwork going on. So thank you very much to them for allowing me to be part of it, and to welcome you all to the O'Donoghue Centre tomorrow. So without further ado, I will ask Enya Moore, and Enya is coming to us from the Festival Audiences and the Digital Experience from FADE, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about that. Thank you, Enya. Do you want to use the... Yeah, you're happy. Okay.
It's the green button, is it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Hi, everybody. My name is Enya Moore, and I am working on the Festivals, Audiences and the Digital Experience project with the Technological University Dublin. For short, FADE, because I have 5 minutes. We are investigating the implications of the rise of digitisation for arts festivals in rural Ireland. Our remit is broad and covers everything from streaming festivals online to incorporating virtual reality in in-person festivals. We want to understand if arts festivals, particularly those outside of the big cities, have the necessary capacity, such as funding or skills, to avail of the opportunities that digital technologies offer for production and dissemination. We wanted to know how existing and planned cultural and digital infrastructures, such as the National Broadband Plan, support arts festivals and their needs into the future. As you well know, since COVID, many festivals turned to technology as a way of sustaining their connections with their audiences. The pandemic prompted a marked but uneven increase in the uptake of technology as arts organisations, including festivals, worked to follow through on their programming, to maintain connections with audiences, and very importantly, to sustain artistic employment. We have gathered many examples that show an array of imaginative and creative ways that this was achieved. One of our first case studies was West Cork, and shout out to the West Corkonians who are here. It was selected because relative to the rest of Ireland, Dublin accepted, it has a particularly high number of arts and cultural festivals, and also its class. In terms of rurality, it reaches both ends of the spectrum, highly remote to independent urban towns. One example from West Cork in terms of online programming is Clonakilty Guitar Festival. At the onset of COVID, organisers were motivated to recreate the experience of live festival programs by using the platform Restream to simultaneously broadcast pre-recorded content across multiple platforms. While the gigs themselves may have been recorded the day before, it was only released online at a particular time. This approach was intended to give a feeling of collective experience online in the absence of collective presence in person. It was also a way to keep employment going among the artists and staff of festivals, such as technicians and sound engineers. In the case of Clonakilty, additional funding such as the Arts Council Capacity Grant and the Live Performance Support Scheme, as well as upgrading broadband and specialist technical support was vital. That said, the uptake of digital across West Cork was uneven. Some were located in areas where broadband connectivity was too prohibitive for things like live streaming. Other organisations lacked the resources to make the shift. Without doubt, there's a huge desire to return to staging live in-person festivals. But we also see many examples of how digital tools and platforms are continuing to play a supplementary role as media for delivering programs and engaging audiences. In the example of Clonakilty Festival, they ran an entire live program last year and also continued their online streaming of their trad sessions to welcome in the audiences who still could not come to the town. Other festivals speak of growing archives of digital materials such as gigs, performances, and conversations. We see a lot of potential for technology to strengthen arts production and participation. Going digital since 2021 meant that festivals increased and developed new audiences, raised their profiles, and in some cases increased accessibility. It also played an important role in keeping artists and creatives employed and communities connected. In the context of cost of living, housing, and climate crises, digital can continue to be a useful tool. Earlier, Kim talked about social virtual space and reinvestigating hybridity. The panel on Sustainable Festival Futures talked about reducing carbon footprint. And there are also challenges: broadband connectivity, resources, lack of connectivity between arts organisations and physical digital infrastructure. Because the digital infrastructure is not fully in place, it is difficult to appreciate sometimes the possibilities that it offers. So up next in our fieldwork is Tipperary and Clare, and we welcome anybody from these regions, but also outside of these regions, to come and speak to us if you are interested. And we are also conducting a nationwide survey on festivals and digital experience, and we would welcome everybody who is organising festivals to come and complete this. We are supported in this by the Arts Council and the Department of Rural Community Development and Creative Ireland. And we would love to hear about all the amazing initiatives as well as all of the challenges that you faced in bringing things online or producing digital work in your own festivals and work. Thank you very much. This is the QR code, and if you want to do something super high-tech, you can come and scan it on my phone later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Emma. Now we have Emma, and Emma is going to talk to us about. You're coming from the Trad Fest in Temple Bar. If you want to come over, are you going to use the mic? You're going to stand, okay. And you're going to talk about the EDI Toolkit for Festival Makers, data collection and diversity in programming.
Yes, it's all very exciting, data collection, I know. Just bear with me because it's very cool. So yes, I'm Emma Grove. I'm an equity, diversity, and inclusion researcher for TradFest Temple Bar. And I'll be talking about the most important first step in generating an EDI toolkit, which is collecting data. So this presentation focuses mostly on gender representation in the festival. This was really important to me because as I got into this project and was reading about how different music festivals would share their demographic data, they did not do it in the same ways. There's no standardized way of doing this. And this can lead to discrepancies in what a festival presents as their demographic data versus the actual representation of men, women, and gender diverse artists on stage. For example, festivals do tend to count demographics based on headline acts, so they'd leave out the support musicians. And if we look at this picture over to the right, this is Lisa Lamb performing at TradFest in 2020. If we're to count demographics based on headline acts, we'd have one woman on stage. We actually have 7 musicians total in this picture. One of them's kind of hiding behind the fiddler. But it's important that we consider that all of these musicians make up the picture of diversity at our festival. As well, inequality is a really pervasive thing. So representation takes place in more ways than just having bodies on stage. So if TradFest were to be 50% women one year, but they're only singers, versus we have men in this whole breadth of roles, we can still see that there's inequality there. It's just playing out in a different way. So how we measure this is we need to generate a baseline to jump off from. There doesn't tend to be baseline data for any genre of festival in terms of who's involved, and even if there was, it wouldn't be updated constantly. I also find that it is best to function off of your own baseline data because it will reveal the tendencies that you have in programming. It'll highlight some biases you may have, and it will give you points to work on going forward. So this is how we did it. It was a 12-month project just generating data. So I started off with examining the history of trad and folk, which will give me a hint towards socially ingrained historical barriers to inclusion. I then examined all of our archived programs, photos, correspondence with bands, videos, pretty much any information that we archived, which would tell me who was on stage and what they were doing. So this is the material from which we draw data. We then choose what data we're collecting. So for me, I chose the genders of artists on stage, what instruments they played, the subgenres they performed in, what size stage they played on, and how much a ticket costs. I chose these because these factors are interconnected and they can say a lot about performer opportunities going forward past the festival. Also, in measuring these, I can expose how TradFest has been explicit in reinforcing historical barriers and these specific points that we need to work on to break down these barriers a bit better. So, just some examples of what we found. From our baseline data, our largest stages, so extra large and large stages at TradFest, would have 20% women at a typical TradFest. In 2023, with this in mind, we were able to bump women's representation to 50% on our largest stages and 47% on our second largest stages. Another point of findings that I thought was really cool was that at a typical TradFest, a majority of women featured would be singers. So knowing this, we made a concerted effort to find women instrumentalists. Women instrumentalists grew by 7%. However, if we look at the instruments these women played, these do tend to be gender normative instruments for women. So with that in mind, we know that for 2024, we need to look at women playing more non-normative roles. That's our new focus. So it's really interesting what you can do once you generate this data. You can actually see what you do rather than just function on the assumption that you know what you're doing. Often we don't. The final step in all of this is sharing your findings. It's super important to be very explicit and share your findings with your audience. So the history of the genre should be shared alongside your data. It has to give your audience context. It is rare that a festival would have its own specific biases. These are things that are institutional and inherited from various elements of culture. The next thing you want to do when you share your findings is isolate what data you've collected or measured and communicate that clearly. So for example, if you only collect headline artists in your demographics, then say you're only collecting headline artists, we haven't included support musicians. It's important to do this so that your audience knows exactly what you're talking about. Otherwise, they just see numbers and make assumptions. It doesn't really get to the meat of the issue. The final thing is use this data going forward. A data set doesn't die. You can reinvest in it, re-examine your materials, add to it, and build on it. EDI is an ongoing project. It's not something that you just fix. It's a constant project for the festival to take on. So yeah, thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you, Emma. And now we're going to go to placemaking through festivals. I have Frank Monaghan walking past me here from Architecture at the Edge. Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Marianne. I'm going to speed through this because I've got 2 call-outs and a film that I want to show in 5 minutes. My name is Frank Monaghan. I'm the Director of Architecture at the Edge, which is centred here in Galway City. Thanks to the Arts Council, Marianne, Carl and everyone for inviting me to take part in this platform today. As anyone that knows me knows, I'm very passionate about the built environment and how architecture impacts our lives and the transformative power of that. I strongly believe that the quality of our lives is contingent on the quality of the built environment that we inhabit, and the space, we shape spaces, but similarly spaces shape us. So, to the slides, I guess. Architecture at the Edge is a Galway-based not-for-profit organisation dedicated to the promotion of architecture as culture. We use our main platform, the Architecture at the Edge Festival, to organise and deliver research and design-led programmes at both public and private venues. We use learning, events, live projects and exhibitions to engage with the community. The idea is to use arts and culture to build social connection, and we believe that that enhances the other elements of community development and cohesion. The AAT Festival is designed to allow the public an opportunity to discover the built environment from unexpected perspectives. It also allows an opportunity to interact with one another and to strengthen our sense of space and community. It's about the idea of gathering, looking at things differently, and how that creative process to disrupt and often helps us potentially imagine what could be in this place. we run a number of different programs outside of the festival. Design Lab just was completed last week, and a couple of the design ambassadors, Kate McSherry and Karen Pappen, are here in the audience. If anybody wants to chat to them about their experience in the program, I would encourage you to go and speak to them. The idea behind that program is to empower young people to help shape their built environment. Often those voices are overlooked, so we think that's very, very important. And these are some images from the build, and it's sort of a skilling up exercise and allowing people to work with the tools and everything else. So it's a hands-on architectural education program working with schools in Galway and Youth Reach to allow people to help shape their built environment. These are some recent pictures from the builds last week, which we'll be sharing with you on our website very soon. We also run a summer school on occasions, and I've got an image here of a barn raising we did on the campus at ATU, and just use that to illustrate that sort of sense of collaborating together and what can be achieved collectively when people work together. Again, there was young people involved in this project, and that's something that's very fundamental to the kind of programs that we run. I've got images here of the Ghost Chapel. It was a project we did for the Arts Festival in 2018, and it was, I suppose, it was a representation of the MacDara's Chapel, which is another festival in Carna, where people gather annually for a pilgrimage to celebrate MacDara and the gathering of the boats there and everything else. And the idea behind that was that, again, it's sort of the invention of public space allows for a wider and perhaps more equitable participation. We require the ability to reimagine everyday spaces, and by bringing activities like this to the public realm, we can create a permanent ability to maybe step outside the ordinary, which I think is actually something that the Arts Festival themselves talk about. I've actually showed an image here of the crew and the day that we built it, and there's Pete Nelson here in the crew. And I don't know if any of you know Pete Nelson. He's a technician that's worked with many, many festivals here in Galway over the years, and he recently suffered a stroke. And he's actually raising money at the moment to help him get a mobility scooter. So I would urge you all to seek that out and see if you can make a contribution to it. He worked with so many festivals over the years, and he's just a great guy. And I thought it'd be worth mentioning that. Recently, we did the most recent activity outside of the Design Lab activity was a symposium we held in Kylemore called Remapping Landscapes. And the aim of that day was to enrich connections and establish new links between writers, artists, architects, and others. A very kind of multifaceted kind of approach to how we engage with the built environment, whose creative practice is distinctly rooted in place. The symposium explores how the cartographic works of Tim Robinson connects the connecting force to explore those different aspects of landscape and seek to open up further questions and actions on the potential future with relevance to the broader cultural, linguistic, ecological, environmental challenges that we now face in the age of the Anthropocene. There was architects there was writers, there was artists. We're really interested in giving a platform to other voices, cultural voices from many different disciplines to come in and talk about their relationship to place and narratives around that. So, getting swiftly on to our theme for this year that came out of that. It's going to be called Remapping Connections. We all have a map on our heads of everything. If all of us were to look or commit to paper, our personal maps of Galway, and I kind of urge you to think about how you might draw a map if you were asked to now, where you are sitting here now, and spatially how that relates to the buildings around you, the people around you, the networks around you, how you interact with them. Am I down to 30 seconds?
Yeah,
you're
over.
So that captures the invisible networks and connections, and I invite you all to kind of look at the open call. I'm going to play the film for a minute. We did it.
I'll tell you what we can do.
Can we do
you can
this?
play the film at the end to give everyone a chance to.
Sure.
Yeah. Or play 10 seconds of it. 10 seconds
so
of it.
this was made by Dominic Daly. We did an open call last year on the theme last year, and he made this wonderful film of the townscape of Ballinasloe, and it hasn't been seen anywhere.
Just there.
Yet. This is the and I just think it really encapsulates that connection to place that people have and that sense of place. And thank you, Marianne, for allowing me. It's 3 minutes long if we can go that far. Thank you very much.
A place begins with its land, It's soil, it's rock, it's water. A horseshoe bend becomes a gateway to the west. Bridges, causeways. Bill Ohan Astua, a mouth of multitudes. A slow sprawl, a cross off kilter, bowed by the sun.
That's a taster. It's on our YouTube channel, so go to the YouTube and you can watch it there. It's a really fantastic piece of work, and I really think it's worth it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. And thanks, Frank. Yes, I am glad I asked for forgiveness in advance. So now Grace, we will have Grace speaking from the first fortnight festival, but on behalf of the Naturally Wild Festival Consortia. And take it away, Grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Grace Kelly, and I am the General Manager at First Fortnight. But today I'm here to introduce you to Naturally Wild Festivals. So Naturally Wild Festivals is a pilot project set up by a consortium of 9 arts festivals. First Fortnight, Barbaro International Arts Festival for Children, Dublin Fringe Festival, Carlow Arts Festival, Irigal Arts Festival, Dublin Dance Festival, Cork Midsummer Festival, Kilkenny Arts Festival and Dublin Theatre Festival. And thankfully I don't think I've forgotten anyone. So that's good. This consortium came together with the shared goal of addressing the environmental impact of our festival activities and to design and create a creative process to ethically and positively offset our festival's environmental impact through rewilding, native tree planting and conservation. As a consortium, we engaged Dr. David Tevan to complete the research stage of this project. And results of the research were clear and echoed a lot of what was said in the sustainability panel earlier on today. It was recommended that the festivals invest time in creating more robust environmental policies. The consortium also needed to develop a fit-for-purpose carbon calculator that will measure the festival's environmental impact. Then, informed by the environmental impact and the measurement of our festival's impact, we will be better equipped to undertake the process of strategically reducing the environmental damage we are causing. The carbon calculator measurement tool will also be used to offset the festival's carbon emissions. Within the pilot, the consortium engaged 2 key strategic partners, Native Events and Lochraney Nature Sanctuary. Native Events is working closely with Naturally Wild Festivals Consortium to develop a bespoke carbon calculator using the already existing Julie Bicycles carbon calculator spreadsheet. Sorry, I'm missing some of my slides. Each festival in the consortium will have a bespoke spreadsheet which they use to track their carbon usage over a 12-month period. The festivals will be tracking their usage in as much as they can with their current resources. This pilot is designed to avoid creating any excessive administrative burden on already very busy teams. So within the spreadsheet, everyone's going to have the option to comment on what is and is not workable, what their limitations were, and what they think would make the process easier. At the end of the 12-month pilot timeline, each festival will have a carbon amount calculated within their spreadsheet. So what do we do with that number once we find it? Firstly, it gives each festival a target to reduce over the coming year. Then what cannot be reduced will be offset. For this, we turn to Lochraney Nature Sanctuary, our offsetting partners. And this is the carbon calculator here, and as of today, it is live. Lochraney is a not-for-profit community organisation, and they are dedicated to creating and maintaining a nature sanctuary in the Lochraney Valley in County Clare. Their activities can be grouped under 3 headings: natural rewilding, native woodland planting, and nature education. In support of this pilot, Lochraney have developed this online carbon offset portal, and festivals can visit this page with the data they gathered in their spreadsheet, and the calculator will provide a €1 offset fee due to be paid. When the balance is settled, the festival receives a confirmation email of their contribution. So right now, we are sitting right between the design and implementation stage of this pilot. The spreadsheets are nearly ready. The carbon offsetting portal is live. And in the coming days, each festival in the consortium will be receiving their custom carbon calculator from Native Events. So we hope that when we evaluate this pilot programme in 12 months' time, that we will have created a creative but also an accessible process for arts festivals to measure your carbon impact, begin the process of reducing your carbon emissions, and positively offset the impact of our carbon footprints. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much, Grace. And to Lucy now, Lucy Medlicott, who is going to speak from ISACs and on international programming and festivals. Would you like the roving? Yeah. There you go.
I'm going to sing a song. Just to follow up from this morning. Thank you to the Arts Council and everybody for hosting us here today. So yes, I am here the representative of the ISACs network. It is a membership and information organisation to support the development of street and circus, and I don't have the clicker.
It's here.
There we go. How do I do it? There we go.
Yeah.
So we're as I just said, a members network. This is our mission, to celebrate our art forms and advocate for the policy and practical changes to advance them and encourage and support their growth. And we have grown a lot in the last few years, as you can see. And in 2022, we had over 230 members, including, of course, the wonderful Mockness from here in Galway. Our members are spread all over Ireland. We have, in 2022, we had every single county in Ireland except for Roscommon, but we have fixed that now because Eliza Missel is in the house here somewhere, wherever she is. And so thank you, Roscommon is now here. And we also have 3 counties in the north represented in Derry, Antrim and Down. So now we're just working on Tyrone, Fermanagh and Armagh. So if you know anybody in those areas, step forward, I want to talk to you. And we also represent a lot of countries from beyond Ireland, North, South, Central, Eastern Europe, the UK, and of course the Middle East. And we're really proud to have members from the Lebanon and Palestine in our network. And this is just examples of how we support our membership. And we have been noticed in the pandemic that our artists were kind of at a loose end, and they had no money, but a lot of time. And so we thought this is the perfect time for them to invest in their own creativity, because often in our sector, we get calls on a Tuesday, can you be there on a Saturday? And they never have time. So it was a gift, in a way, this pandemic, for us to create residencies and create partnerships with different organisations. So we created all of these different partnerships, and I'm going to flick through them now. Lift with the Wexford Arts Centre, and we had Nora Kelly Leicester. Inish Ear with the Orsena Arts Centre, and in October we hosted Darragh McLaughlin, who made this beautiful piece of work, History of Falling Objects. And Nest, in partnership with Waterford Spree, it's been going for several years. It's new emerging street talent. And then we also had this wonderful support through the Arts Council's International Residency Initiative scheme to develop a partnership with our the Balearic Islands. And we sent 2 of our guys, they're on the bottom, to the Balearic Islands in the summer. And then we hosted 2 Majorcan artists back in Ballyferriter in October. Great idea. We believe in contrasts. And we also have a wonderful partnership with Carja Sligo Arts Festival, Arundel Arts Festival, and the Irish Aerial Dance Festival, specifically for aerial dance artists in Donegal and Sligo. And the artist for 23-24 was Ashton, and the artist for 21 and 22 was Paulina. And now, where's the video has to work there? Video guy. Is he up there? Because I just tried to do that twice thing. Do I do it like this? No. Is he listening? There's a lovely video here of Paulina doing her residency in Jumpstart. I was hoping it was going to work, but I don't know. How do I get that to work, Marion?
I am afraid I know as much as you with the double clicks. Is there any advice from back? There's somebody come. Great.
Is there somebody coming to my help? So Jumpstart was a residency with these three guys, and it's a 2-year residency. Here he is. He's there at the side talking to his microphone.
You just keep chatting.
And is that okay? Sorry, Marion. This is my fault now. I'm not using up my time.
Just saying.
Just saying. Sing. Des yeux qui font
But do you want to tell us about the residency?
Un rire qui se perce sa bouche. Voilà le portrait sans retouche. De l'homme au cœur. I've always wanted to do this.
Okay, it's not going to play.
It's not going to play. Again, you're going to have to go to our Isaacs Network YouTube account and follow us and like us and watch Paulina doing her Jumpstart thing because it's a super cool video. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Lucy. And now to Liam McCarthy, who's coming to us from the Boolabus Children's Festival in the lovely Lime Tree, based in the lovely Lime Tree in Limerick, and talking about child participation in practice and nurturing diversity among
just child
makers.
Participation, yeah.
Yes. And
yes. Can I have the clicker?
You may.
Thanks very much.
You don't want this.
Hi, I'm Liam, and I'm not going to sing, but I am going to speak really, really fast. I'm delighted to talk to you today about the Boolabus Children's Festival. It's a festival that's based in the Lime Tree Theatre in Limerick, and it's co-curated by myself and a panel of children called the Boolabus Children's Panel. Now, the more observant amongst you will notice that I'm not a child, despite my youthful complexion. I'm sorry that a child couldn't be here today to talk to you about our project, but I am really privileged to speak on their behalf. I did manage to get some instructions from them, however, last week. So Saoirse said to share the things that are important to us and maybe offer some top tips if anyone in the room is thinking about making a children's panel. Johnny told me, don't talk about yourself too much. Don't try to be too funny because you're not. Larry came to my rescue and said to just tell them what we did and why we did it and not to sound too fancy. So, what we did and why we did it. We wanted to put children's voices at the heart of everything we do at Boolabus. So while the festival has been running at the Lime Trees since 2014, Louise Donnellan, our director, wanted to expand the ambition of the programme and to include more community engagement. So she hired me as a curator, which I thought was an excellent idea. And we also decided to set up a panel. This is a group of about 12 children who meet for about 4 introductory sessions before the festival. Then they see everything at the festival, meet artists, meet staff. The idea is they respond to and engage with the festival and influence our priorities, influence artistic programming, and help us organise ourselves. So we did our festival and we did a further 6 feedback sessions. These children are drawn from existing community projects in Limerick City and from a network of DET inner city Limerick schools. Crucially, there's a few of our children in action at the bell table. And there's some of our feedback. I've sanitized the feedback because it includes some people in the room. So there's nothing, no secrets being told here. Crucially, these... It's probably about my show. So crucially, it's not about the opinions of this small group of children. These children, the hope is they act as a conduit through which we can get the opinions of as wide a group of children as possible. So in our first year with the panel, they worked with visual artist Roisin White to set up a series of feedback stations. So this is a really simple post-it board that you see there that you can react to, the audience can react to straight away. This is a self-portrait exercise where children imagine how they feel as they watch a piece of art or engage with it. And this is a poster design, you design your dream festival. My top tips, as Saoirse told me to tell you, is my methods are drawn from my own experience working with various institutions over the last 8 years. And of course, I'm very influenced by Dr. Laura Lundy's model of child participation, as well as other drama methodologies. I'm a playwright, so the background is drama, and our feedback sessions are in drama laboratories. Importantly, the panel, I see the panel as another seat at the table to be treated and respected like your other colleagues and stakeholders are. The panel has informed the festival enormously, but you can't disavow adult voices and arts professionals. So we say yes, but it's also important to say no. I think it's disrespectful to children not to say no, but if you do, you have to discuss with them as to why it's a yes or why it's a no. And in fact, if I'm honest, some of the best results in the festival have been from levelling with the children, saying we can't do this because box office is saying this and marketing is saying this and the director's going like there. And often they'll come up with amazing workarounds and just a perspective that you mightn't have heard before. Obviously, working with children like this, you'll often be humbled and be forced to question your own experience, your own taste, your own ability as a human, and you realize sometimes children do indeed know better. Of course, they have a better understanding, particularly of a very small child who might have lived a third of their life in a pandemic situation. I'm really excited for this year's festival, which will feature some of the best national and international work for children. I'm particularly excited for our Unhappy Endings community initiative, a storytelling project with 16 inner-city school groups in a unique teacher-artist partnership with the panel are involved in. I have 20 seconds left. Will I sing a song as well? Or no?
Excellent, please do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Liam. And now over to Rachel Baltz of the Barbaro International Arts Festival for Children. And yes, take it away there, Rachel.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Marianne. There we go. Hi, yes, I'm Rachel from Barbaro. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you very much, Liam. That was great. It was great to chuckle. Yes, I'll be presenting on our organization's recent work in nurturing diversity among makers, specifically on one of our artist development supports. But a quick context first. Barbaro is an annual multidisciplinary international arts festival for children and young people based here in Galway. But then we also offer year-round supports, including artist development supports for creatives making work for young audiences. One of those supports was LEAP. And LEAP is our first artist development support that solely and explicitly supports artists from ethnically diverse and/or migrant backgrounds. And the Pilot LEAP program took place last year. It launched in April 2022. We selected 4 artists through an open call, one of whom is actually a panelist tomorrow, Justina. And they participated in a 4-day workshop facilitated by Moonfish Theatre, who's a bilingual Irish-English theatre company based here in Galway. The participants were also offered a small bursary, and they were invited to participate in our delegate program, which is part of the festival in October. LEAP was really born from this impetus to eliminate a gap that we had identified between the diversity of our young audiences and the diversity of those presenting, making, and programming work for them. And then the pilot program of LEAP was evaluated by Dr. Charlotte McIver of Drama and Theatre Studies at University of Galway. So I'm going to present 3 very brief learnings from Dr. McIver's findings. Number 1, think deep, not wide. Diversity and inclusion work is vast, it's complex. We are small arts organizations with very limited resources. So how do you make a project that's valuable, but also realistic and sustainable for us? We found that if you framed the project as part of a longer term process, it helped take the pressure off a little bit. So we developed the pilot of LEAP in tandem with our strategy, which actually went out yesterday, and our DEI policy. And then we also hope to repeat LEAP in the future. We also pressed pause a lot, and we redesigned significantly to really kind of check in and make sure that what we were doing was valuable and was still realistic. And we also scaled back and we honed in, and we had to be really specific and clear and simple about the purpose of the project, which ultimately we decided was to focus on artistic practice. This brings me to point number 2, value artistry first and foremost. Really, by valuing artistry, what we're trying to do is to some extent minimize tokenization, because when you're doing an opportunity that has identity as part of the eligibility criteria, to some extent the opportunity is going to be inherently tokenizing or feel that way in the first instance. So it's really essential that what you're actually offering is genuine and is meaningful for the participants as artists. So we wanted our program to be bespoke, relational, and durational to maintain value. And Moonfish's facilitation was key in this maintaining of the value. So just to quickly walk you through the workshop day, we would start with tea and chats, so we'd have social time, and then we'd have a check-in where everyone in the room would kind of share what their energy level was like that day. And then we had exercises in movement, music, multilingualism, and puppetry. And we also had a day specifically for self-producing your own work as a freelancer within an Irish context. And then a big key element was that everyone in the room participated, including the evaluators. So there wasn't this feeling of the participants being observed as other. Fernanda Ferrari, who's one of the LEAP participants pictured here, has a lovely quote from the evaluation process. Over this whole process, I've never felt like they're putting me in a box. What I think was amazing about LEAP and all the participants is that we are people. We are all people that just speak different languages and are from different backgrounds. Sometimes when you are put in a box, you feel like a monkey that's constantly being observed. That was never felt doing the workshop. The workshop felt more like it was about what Fernanda, Alex, Justina, and Justin, the 4 participants, who they are, not as Brazilian, not as an artist, but who we are. And this brings me to the final point, just be human. Research in the area of diversity and inclusion continues to show that self-awareness is actually the first step in this work, so be gracious and be transparent with yourself and with others. Expect blind spots and then make time for the learnings that will come. And then invite in new perspectives and listen to new voices. We had a diverse advisory group that helped us enormously on LEAP. But then also you have to remember that you won't be able to incorporate every single perspective into the final design. You will have to say no sometimes. There's no one right way to do this work, and that's okay. So ultimately, just try to make time and space for yourself to be able to connect with everyone else along the way on a human level. We have additional resources available on our website. Come talk to me as well. And thank you so, so much, everyone.
Thank you, Rachel. Yep, well done. Thank you very much, Rachel. And now to Kim McCafferty. And Kim is coming to us talking about Festival Creche and from the Cavan Arts Festival.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So my talk is called Festival Creche, and that is because, well, initially when Carol Wallace mentioned this to me, I think at some point it was called elevator pitches, with the idea that if we can't describe what we do in the few minutes we're in an elevator, then we shouldn't be doing what we're doing, or something to that effect. And so if you happen to meet me in the elevator today here, and I was casually holding this Cavan Arts Festival brochure, and you happen to glance over without me looking and saw cold sweats and a panic. How's she so calm and cool and relaxed? Well, it's funny you might ask that in the lift, because I would say because I am being mentored. And here I am today to talk to you about getting a mentor or becoming a mentee. So in my day job, I'm an artist, and in the evenings I took this idea that since I was going to everybody else's arts festival with our shows, I should do one too. And so I went home and with some friends set up Cavan Arts Festival. And here we are, 6, maybe 7, I can't count now, years later, about to start a festival. And of course, as an artist, I'm used to learning and training and doing courses. And so I thought to bring this idea into how do I make a festival? Because just because I go to them doesn't mean I can make one. So I did. So I found a mentor. And I'm here today to highly recommend that either you also find a mentor or you become a mentee. If you're absolutely wrecked after a long day today and travelling far to Galway and so much information and weighed down with the amount of knowledge in your head, then get it out of your head and share it with somebody else. Be a mentor. And if you think, like me, Jesus, I could definitely start a festival. It looks easy. And then you think, why did I do that? There's no school, I don't know how to do this. So you might be lucky to find a mentor. So initially, I approached the local authority very early on in Cavan. We've got a really stupendous arts office there. And I said, I need help. I've had this big idea. It was a terrible idea. What have I done? I can't do this. And so I got a little bit of funding. And initially, I met with Paul Brown of Argyll Arts Festival. And I was very lucky in that Paul Brown shared lots of knowledge and information with me. And there's so much knowledge and information and understanding in this room today alone that we could fuel every festival in the world. And then I furthered that with a capacity building for Cavan Arts Festival, and part of that was to get a mentor with Jo Mangan, who is so good at teaching. She's done courses in how to teach, and now she's out teaching in Italy right now as we speak in the IETM. So what I would like is a course in how to learn, because of course sometimes I would go and I would say, my list of what we'll do this day would say, budgets, what? Excel, is there a course? I just missed that time in school, and things like that. And so to put form on that and that learning, it might sound very stupid, but that's where I was coming from. And so Jo Mangan was able to put form on what I needed to do, and so I continued informally also with very kind people at Cardiff Festival in Sligo, Tara. And so now, when I'm having a meltdown and 4 a.m. sweats last night and tonight, and it's starting next Thursday, and I'm driving to Galway, I can ring them and I can say, oh God, and they'll say something very calming or very knowledgeable or very simple and make my life better, like say, just download the Evernote app and write it all down in that, or you've got this, or it's okay to not be the best. And so I suppose the philosophy that I feel I'm thinking about in all of this, if I zoomed out, is essentially that with artists in the Arts Council, it seems that there's great space and language and room for people to start and to begin and to be emerging. But we have to, and maybe it already exists, I just don't really see it, for festivals also to be new and be in junior infants and to start and to begin and to also like not be great when I'm sitting at home at the kitchen table thinking I don't have all those policy documents. Then I can ring them, my mentors, and they can say, well, okay, we can work that out together, or here's how you go about it, it's all right. And I suppose while they can't give me a personality transplant, they can help me. So I would highly recommend that if you feel that way inclined, it's not necessarily more homework. I came away from the first few mentoring sessions somewhere as relaxed and informal as a nice walk on the beach. But one big danger I would warn you of is if you roll your skinny jeans up when you're having a nice walk on the beach in Donegal with Paul Brown, don't get them stuck up around your knees and that the jeans can't come down over your calves, because you have to pull the jeans down and it gets extremely awkward at the end of your mentoring session when you say thanks very much for that. I'll try and get a board together in the next year. When your jeans are stuck up around your knees. So essentially, if you feel like you have some knowledge to share or you have gaps in that knowledge, then maybe link up. And actually, since I've started talking about mentorship and mentoring and mentoree and becoming a mentos mint, a lot of people have said, actually, I've always been curious to be a mentor. So if anybody is interested, a bunch of people have recently said to me that they would like to. So come up and have a chat afterwards and we can share mentors and mentor-mints. So thanks very much, everybody.
Well done. Well done. Thank you very much, Kim. Are you wanting? You're, okay. So next up we have Cliona Maher, and Cliona is coming to us from Clonmel Junction Festival, but is talking on behalf of Clonmel Arts Partnership and developing arts organisations and audiences in partnership.
Hi everyone, thanks very much Marianne, and thanks to everybody else who spoke today. That's been a kind of a last afternoon session, but really inspiring, some fantastic ideas there. Clonmel Arts Partnership was, I suppose, a project that we put together to work in partnership as 3 organisations: Clonmel Junction Arts Festival, South Tipperary Arts Centre, and Finding a Voice concert series. It was a partnership idea that wasn't based on working together on artistic projects. We were coming at it from the other end, and we were looking to work together in partnership to develop arts audiences for Clonmel. Back in 2020, our wonderful arts officer, Melanie Scott, the Tipperary Arts Officer, had funded the festival to do an audience development audit and plan. And I suppose one of the aims of that was to spread the knowledge with other arts organisations in Tipperary and in Clonmel. So we worked with, on that project, I worked with Una Carmody, who's kind of a wonderful person and great at, I suppose, delving into the questions of who your audience are and how you find new audiences. So in 2021 and 2022, mentored by Una, Emma Dwyer came to work with us, and we looked at a number of objectives that we shared as three kind of different arts organisations. Finding a Voice specialises in classical music, written by women composers. South Tipperary Arts Centre is primarily a gallery with a lot of outreach work, and Junction Festival is a multidisciplinary arts festival. So I suppose all three of us share a goal in providing excellent arts experiences for the audiences in Clonmel. Clonmel is an unusual town. It's a town with a wonderfully creative arts community, but it's a town the same size as Sligo, but very much lacking in infrastructure. We don't have a professional performing arts space. So for all three organisations, increasing visibility for the arts in Clonmel, both for the artists and also for audiences, was one of our priorities. So what we did was we had a visibility campaign where we had a kind of a solid on-street visibility campaign in the centre of town in May and June running up to Junction Festival. And we also had a digital campaign which Emma worked on for us. And we had previously worked together on redeveloping our websites and looking at digital marketing in the sort of the slight downtime in 2020. And we wanted to use the learnings that we'd had from that to increase the reach of all the organisations. So what we found was that cross-promotion really, really worked. When we started the project, if we'd done a Venn diagram of the newsletters of the three organisations, astonishingly, there weren't that many people in the middle. And it was usually board members of one or two of the organisations. So we found that kind of sharing our audiences really, really worked in terms of developing a profile for the arts. So we had a lot of support from Tipperary Arts Office on this in terms of resharing the work that we were kind of putting out there. We used our Google ad grants, which is a minefield once you get into it, but they're amazing once you're kind of signed up. And we sort of just had a general call to action of asking people to like us, follow us, and sign up to our newsletters. So there's some examples of our signage around Clonmel last summer. There's our Terry hanging a banner in front of the Arts Centre. And we also got some press coverage, particularly in local media. The Tip FM and the Nationalist newspaper were wonderful at supporting this. So we saw a huge increase in the reach by putting together the kind of the information and the call out by all three organisations. We all grew our social media followings. We all grew our newsletters. And I suppose normally when we think of working in partnership with other arts organisations, so again, yeah, that's kind of just looking at the increase, particularly in Junction's website and Stack's website. So the kind of the cooperation of three arts organisations to focus particularly on the audiences is, according to Una, unprecedented. We were able to kind of test our marketing channels and just see what worked. It helped us to put together a roadmap for all three organisations to continue to work together, developing our audiences for 2023. That is the year, isn't it? It's the end of the afternoon. And it's had a kind of a solid, I suppose, objective of increasing awareness of the arts in Clonmel. So we're going to continue to work together with all our stakeholders like the Clonmel Borough District and Tipperary Arts Office and other artists and arts organisations in the town to kind of maximise the effect of the arts in Clonmel. So it's a very micro-regionalised project, but I think the possibility of growing audiences by working kind of in a collegial manner with other people has been a great experience for us. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Very much. And a big thank you to all of our speakers, to Enya, to Emma, to Frank, to Grace, Lucy, Liam, to Rachel, Kim, Cleona, and thank you to all of you for staying. That has been an absolutely fantastic session. We are actually out of time, so we don't have time for questions, but the fun keeps going. And we have a fantastic event over in the boathouse, where you had your lunch. We will, the Culture Ireland, Creative Ireland, we are going to have the Creative Europe Ireland desk and colleagues Katie Larry and Aoife Tunney have been organising an event for you all over in the boat club, and we will have music, nibbles and wine. You'll have a chance to talk further. You can talk to any of these wonderful people who have been giving the presentations today, and also just a little bit of housekeeping to finish off the day. I suppose the kick-off tomorrow is at 9 a.m. in the O'Donoghue Centre, and if you haven't already looked up where that is, it's just on the other side of where the Big Top is for the Galway International Arts Festival. You go over a footbridge and it's on the side of the College Bar for any of us who've been in UCG or NUI Galway or University of Galway. So it's just on the other side of the bridge. Also, previous to that, at 8:30, you can meet with artists Orla McGovern and Nicole. They are the Moth and Butterfly Storytelling Festival, and they will be meeting people at Spanish Arch, so right across from Jury's Hotel. So Spanish Arch just at the bottom where the river meets the sea, I suppose is the best way to describe it. And they will take us on a storytelling curated walk up towards the O'Donoghue Centre. So any of you who are early birds and would like to grab a coffee, have your coffee in hand and stroll up with us. There will be more chances or coffee in when you arrive. Just saying. So thank you. Gur míle maith ar fad as event seo. Tá fear fáilte roimh go Gaillimh, bunigí sult as an ihe agus bunigí sult as an méid atá le teach amárach. It is so wonderful to have you here in Galway and really enjoy your evening and all the conversations that are to come tomorrow. Míle buchas liv as event seo agus míle buchas go chulaganna a bhí páirteach. Chulaganna an seo. Tá muid fear bhuaich. And just one more thing. I was talking to Eric Cunningham at a break, and he's a musician. And there was singing. I'm not good at singing. But there is, if you want to know how to do a jig, I'm not dancing either. But if you want to know how to do a jig, it's rashers and sausages, rashers and sausages, rashers and sausages, bacon and eggs. So before we go, and just to get you livened up for the evening, we'll just do rashers and sausages, rashers and sausages, rashers and sausages, bacon and eggs. There you go. That's a jig. Carolina Margaret.